Greetings everyone, and welcome to Disco Elysium. So for any of you who read the stream announcement today, you'll have noticed that I mentioned this would be something a little bit different. Well, it is very different, and I believe it's the first game of its type that I will have ever played on the channel. And there are a couple of reasons why I chose this, but the probably single most significant reason is that originally this game was released a couple of years ago. It came out in 2019. And it won a number of awards for being an unusual and revolutionary and generally very well-written game. This is another one like The Outer Worlds or Fallout New Vegas, or the earlier Fallout games for that matter, where it lives or dies by the quality of its writing. However, the reason I've avoided it until now is because it has a lot of dialogue. It's an extremely, extremely dialogue-heavy game. And actually, I think I might need to adjust the audio a little bit. Text size can get maxed out because, my God, music volume. I think we just bumped the music volume down a little bit. And all the rest of that can stay. Voiceover's full. That's what we want. Tutorial agent. Hardcore mode, we'll leave that off for now because I actually have no idea how to play this. But this is an extremely dialogue-heavy game. And in the original version that was released a couple of years back, very, very little of the dialogue was actually voiced, which would have meant that for streaming purposes, I would have had to read almost all of the dialogue, and something like 80% of this game is dialogue. Now, there's no combat per se, at least not as I understand it, not conventional combat. Pretty much everything is handled through dialogue and dialogue choices, and quite a number of those dialogue choices are dependent upon skill checks, once again in the same vein as the Fallout games, or by extension, The Outer Worlds, those sorts of games. So, if I had played this game when it first came out, my voice would have been shot. Like, I wouldn't have been able to speak. Why? Okay. I see. Well, we might have to make some further volume adjustments on the fly. However, this version of the game, which literally just released about an hour ago today, this version they've been working on for the past 2 years, and this one has, believe it or not, full voice acting. Greetings, everyone making your way in. Thank you all for coming to join me. Yeah, Marasad, it's at least somewhat that sort of game. But it's supposed to have a really interesting plot, a really good story, tons of different ways that you can handle situations, and actual meaningful dialogue choices. Yeah, Rolls, I've been finding that with pretty nearly every game that I've played on stream, is I have to minimize the volume, at least of the music. I don't know what it is with the audio mixing in these games, but the music is just always way too loud. Yes, Rolls, that's correct. And it is in the tags, but I guess people who are on mobile can't really see the tags very well because the Twitch app, it still has the same problems it has for years, so. So the point is, this version has full voice acting, apparently, and it's a ton of voice acting. It took them, apparently, the entire past 2 years since the game was first released to get all of the voice recording done. There are apparently about 1.2 million words worth of recorded dialogue in this version. And just to give you all some physical sense of how much dialogue 1.2 million words is, if any of you own one of the official strategy guides by Future Press to one of the Souls games, for example, or Horizon Zero Dawn, any of the books that I've worked on, if you own one of those books, those range anywhere from about 500 to the Horizon one was 550 pages, because we ended up going really crazy on putting stuff in that book. One of those books at 500 to 550 pages typically is about 150,000 to 200,000 words. So imagine you've got a stack of 6 or 7 of those books. That's how much dialogue is in this game. That's the script for Disco Elysium. So maybe that'll give you some physical sense of why I wanted to wait for a fully voice-acted version of this game before playing it. Because I cannot speak all of that dialogue. Nor do I intend to try, so hopefully I will be able to just sit back and comment on what is being said. Well, Echo Drop, but it's not going to stay that way if I have to read 1.2 million words worth of in-game dialogue. Now, according to some of the literature that's published on this game, and on this version of the game in particular, the studio that developed it, ZA/UM, or however you pronounce it, I'm not sure, they kept all of their voice recording in-house. They hired all their own voice actors. They didn't farm it out to a separate studio the way that most developers do. And the way that even some of the games that we tend to like around here, such as Demon's Souls or Dark Souls, have done, where FromSoft farmed their voice talent out to Frog Nation, which is a British company. They're based in the UK. These guys didn't do that. They kept it all in-house. They hired all their own voice talent. They did all their own voice direction. And I guess the reason why they did that is because the voice acting is so crucial to the game and to the characters. So I've been interested in this ever since it came out. And now we get to see what all the fuss is about. So apparently now we also get to turn the music down again, because for goodness sake. All right. Well, Rolls, that's not so much their fault as it is the fact that the localization process often means, and it used to be much more common that this would happen. Companies are getting at least a little bit better about it now, but it used to be that the localization studio wouldn't actually get a copy of the game because the game wasn't done. They would just get a copy of the game script, and they would get a bunch of Japanese, and they would be expected to translate it with no context. And so they would often have to guess at the context, and even if their translation job was fine, the ability of a translator to look at a Japanese script that doesn't have any context, and where, especially if you're looking at words that are written in katakana, where it's not obvious what word maybe they're supposed to be because they're not a native Japanese word, and the katakana could be referring to 5 or 6 potentially different foreign words in different languages. It's really, really difficult to get the translation exactly right unless you're also sent game assets and a game flow document and concept art and enough resources for you to be able to figure out whether Asukurasha is supposed to mean Earth Crusher or Ass Crusher. It can be very difficult. Context is crucial with Japanese scripts, Rolls. If you don't have context, it is literally impossible to translate a script with complete accuracy from Japanese to English. You just can't. You need at least a bare minimum amount of context. And If there isn't sufficient communication from the developer, if the developer just sends you a 700 or 800 page game script and then another 500 or 600 page master glossary document with all the game terms in Japanese, and then expects you to translate that into English with no further support and no further input, well, mistakes are going to happen. So, let's, against my better judgment, I'm going to turn the music up a little more. And then I guess we'll start. Select archetype. Alright. See, already I have a huge problem with this. Like every bloody game that's designed for PC first and then ported to consoles later, the game text is illegible. It is unreadably tiny. I literally cannot read this text. It is so tiny. And that's after I've turned the text size to maximum. What is it with minimum text size? Oh, it's exactly the freaking same. So it's another one of those cases where the text size option doesn't actually affect all of the game text. No echo drop. It does not depend on how far you are from your monitor. I'm sitting 3 feet, literally 3 feet from a 59-inch HD TV, and this writing is so tiny on my monitor that it is illegible. I cannot read it. Yeah, Rolls. I don't know what it is about developers. They just never learn this. They never figure this out when they go from PC to console. This always happens every single game I've played. No echo drop. It is not a visual issue. Tuna, I have trouble believing it's an easy oversight, because if you're doing QA for the console version of your game on console, this is a really difficult thing to miss. If you're playing this on a console and testing it on a console, and you open the game up and the writing is tiny, ugh. No echo drop on my monitor. It is not the same size as Twitch chat. Dante, I don't know. I have to assume it would be readable on PC. Okay, so I took a screenshot of this just to see what the actual output is from OBS, and it seems as though the text in the screenshot is considerably more legible on a computer monitor. So it looks as though what I'm seeing on an HD TV is a lot less legible. Because, yeah, the screenshot that I posted, looking at that screenshot, the text size is okay. It's not great, it's still pretty small. But for some reason on an HD TV, the text size just gets decreased way too much. Echo drop, I'm guessing that that's because you're using a computer monitor, whereas I'm displaying this on a TV. So I wonder if there's some setting I could change on my TV that... No, Tuna. No can do, because a PC monitor would be too small. I wouldn't be able to see the game on a monitor. That's the entire purpose of having a 60-inch TV, is to be able to display the game at a size that I can see from the distance at which I have to sit. And I can't sit closer because there's a desk in between me and my TV. Like, there's nothing that I can physically change about my setup that would help at all with this. Let me see if there's anything I can change. No, it doesn't look like it. Yep. There is definitely nothing I can change. Well, I guess I'll just have to deal with this then. Yeah, exactly, Mantis Man. That's the issue. It seems to be an issue with the text of these games not being displayed at the correct size on TVs. It seems to work fine on computer monitors, but I don't think there's anything in accessibility. Like, the text size in accessibility only affects the UI in the PS5. It doesn't affect... As you can see, it doesn't affect anything in-game. So, no, that doesn't... And the PS5 wouldn't have the ability natively to do that to begin with. Because that's something that the game would control, not the console. So, no, that doesn't... That only affects the UI text in the console menus. So, I guess I'm stuck. I guess I'm just gonna have to lean forward. Full RGB? What, on the TV, Tetsuya D? Or does the PS5 have an option for that? No, Duba, probably not. Well, not unless you have, like, a 59-inch computer monitor, but... Yeah, Sam. Well, fortunately, most of the rest of this game is supposed to be voice-acted, so hopefully I won't have too much trouble with that. I just really wish developers would take this stuff into account, because it doesn't seem like there's any good way, or at least any simple way to... Yeah, Delta, exactly. To fix this on a TV. And it does not look as though... Does not look as though my TV even has an option for full RGB. I'm fairly sure that it's set to... yeah. It's a Sony TV, Dark Rolls. I don't remember what model. I've had it for a number of years now. But I'm not going to keep everyone just sitting here waiting for me to troubleshoot this. This is something that I was hoping I wouldn't have to deal with, but I didn't really leave myself enough time. I'll have to troubleshoot it some other time, and I doubt I'll be able to find a solution because, yeah, Duba, and it hasn't. I've tried a few different TV modes. It doesn't do anything for the text. This is, I guess, a scaling or resolution issue that just happens on TVs as opposed to computer monitors. I just wish there were a meaningful option to change this. So anyway, no troubleshooting, Katamai. I'm done. We're just going to proceed, because I'm not going to sit here for hours and mess around trying to figure out the text size. Thinker, extremely intelligent, very bad with people, knows interesting facts, comes up with original ideas. 5 intelligence, 1 psychology, I'm guessing. 2 FYS. Guessing that's meant to be physical. 4 MOT. I have no idea what those stand for. What do you mean, is it on the right mode, Tetsuya? What are you talking? You're going to have to be more specific. I have no idea what mode you're referring to. Or where the setting would be to change that. Yeah, on a phone, Sam, I feel like, I feel like there are diminishing returns on resolution. Sensitive, very psychological, a magnetic personality, but unstable. Might begin to lose his mind. Physical. Extremely physical, interacts with this world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a tack. Tack? Dumb as a rock. Again, that stupid text size. Alright, I think I'm going to try to create my own. Okay, intellect, raw brain power, psyche. How emotionally intelligent you are. Physique, your musculature, how strong you are. Motorics, your senses, how agile you are. Yeah, this one is a little bit better, Duba. A little. Hey, Whiskey Jack, welcome. Yes, first playthrough. Debeaminator, it does have a text size option, but it apparently doesn't affect all of the game's text. And that they never do. The text size options in these games never affect the entire game text, where they need to. And it's always the smallest text that they don't affect. The text that's already readable, they'll make that bigger, but they don't affect the tiniest text where you actually need it. I don't know what these developers are thinking. I don't know why they design their text scaling this way. Like, why even have that option? No, it definitely didn't have it at launch, Duba, but even in Outer Worlds, the text scaling option still does not have enough of an effect, or in certain cases, any effect on the UI text in your menus, especially the descriptions of weapons and equipment. It's already in 1080 rolls. I'm playing this on a PS5. Alright, so what do we have? We have a certain number of points, I guess. It's definitely not rolls. This is a 1080p HD TV. It does not have 4K capability. So we could theoretically just do a completely milquetoast, average, unremarkable configuration. Yeah, Duba, I don't know what it is, but the text size options never seem to be enough, ever. So I'm going to go... I'm going to go probably something a little bit closer to my actual IRL stat distribution. So I think I'm going to... Whoa, whoops. All right, I think we'll go with this. Set skill. Oh God. Wield raw intellectual power, deduce the world. Oh Christ. See, this again is one of those situations where why? Why can't the text size be bigger? Why does it have to be tiny? Good for analysis, pure rationalists, obviously logicians. It urges you to analyze the living daylights out of this case. Enables you to piece evidence together, detect inconsistencies in statements, and impress everyone with your astonishing conclusions. Bread and butter of many a detective. At high levels, logic will be able to solve even the most complicated puzzle. You'll be very proud and thus susceptible to intellectual flattery. For those blinded by their own brilliance often miss important clues. Low levels of logic, you're going to have a hard time solving even the simplest puzzles, even if you find the pieces. Good luck piecing them together. No, not really, Whiskey Jack, and they're a lot less helpful because they're damn near impossible to read. Wellbone, it sure would be more interesting and less tiring if I could actually read it. Encyclopedia, rhetoric, drama, conceptualization, visual calculus. Create crime scene models in your mind's eye. So a bullet shattered the glass. That traces trajectory with mathematical precision. Also count so many footprints. At a glance, discern shoe size and designs, as well as the height, width, and gender of the one who wore them. Will reveal its secrets to you. By your mind diorama, you don't notice as crooks steal your pants. At low levels, your mind's eye will be blind. Huh. Yeah, Duba, and they failed miserably at that. Man, this is really going to hurt the experience of this game. This miserably illegible text. Because none of this is, voiced. Rhetoric urges you to debate, make intellectual discourse, nitpick, and win. It urges you to break down arguments and hear what people are really saying. You'll spot fallacies as soon as they're used. What exactly did the waiter leave out of their testimony? The dancer trying to divert you from? That double entendre intended, or did you just get an accidental lead? Rhetoric makes you an impressive political beast. Impenetrable, which is to say, one whose mind will not change, one who will calcify. With low rhetoric, though, you'll have a hard time of shouting down the argument, nailing people to testimonies. Be nigh impossible. Okay. Encyclopedia appears to be exactly what I thought it would be. I hope so, Decoy. Good night, Tuna. Have a good one. Alright, so, I think rhetoric... conceptualization. Why live life when you have a volcano? Huh. Logic. Oh, okay, I see. So this is, so you pick one. Gym teachers. Chemistry, shivers. Savoir-faire, reaction speed, perception. Detectives, sensationalists, oh, sensualists, and scavengers. I think maybe we increase hand-eye coordination for the bonus to guns. Oh, your trademark skill, okay. No, Dante, I can't. None of my monitors are big enough. I would have the same problem on a monitor that I do on the TV, just for the opposite reason. Alright, well, I think I'm going to use the signature skill to compensate for poor hand-eye coordination so that we at least have decent skill with guns. Tuna, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Oh, with 3 you'll miss anyway? Endurance and volition are more important? Let's see. Knocks to the head, enjoy a greater quantity of drugs. Take off a few cardiac arrests. Makes you powerful, who looks down on the weaklings up. Cops with low endurance are likely to struggle. Frail already. Okay. Shersha, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. The game has dice rolls for skill checks. Okay. So you're rolling the dice against your stats, I guess. Alright, then I guess volition, because I think that still fits in thematically with what I'm going for, and it seems important. Hello, St. Just Germany. Oh! Thalzamar! The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if deep enough, can drown. R.S. Thomas. Okay, well, I really hope the voice acting starts soon. Thalzamar, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate that. And yes, I know what fund it's for. Thank you, Thalzamar. Great to see you.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it, no larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. never, ever.
Yeah, now it is, Shahrazad, but in the menus and the UI, it was awful. I have a feeling we probably haven't seen the last of that either. Alright. Simply keep on non-existing.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
What was that about the X something?
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
Okay. No, I wanted to know more about the X something.
Ex-love. Ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyssopelagic zone.
Ah, we're getting into, ocean zones now, huh? No, I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't want to give them to me. Yeah, I know, Decoy. I know. I do know a little bit about how this game works. Not much, but a little. Hey, Deadly Pants, welcome! Good to see you. I had a reasonably productive weekend. How about yourself, Deadly Pants? I see you finished Final Fantasy IX and you've moved, backward to 8, huh? Yes, Decoy, I know. That's how I found out about it, was because it almost killed Pat. Guys, I'm gonna give a shout out to I'm Deadly Pants. Real nice guy. I met him not too long ago. He was working his way through Final Fantasy IX. He's now working his way through Final Fantasy VIII. For the first time, which promises to be an interesting experience. Honestly, how did I get here? I'm not sure which one is worse. I'm now also not sure which one I'm highlighting. Is the white text the highlighted text, or is the red text the highlighted text? I have no idea which one I've highlighted. White text is highlighted. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, yeah, option 2, because I'm kind of stupid that way.
Do you really?
I know, but also yes.
You wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion? Or did you not sense yourself marinating? Poured so much over yourself. Got a bit carried away, did we, Chef?
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
Easy success. Wait a minute. Okay, Wait, I did this to myself?
Yes, your one disco mother.
Okay. Well, what's waiting for me?
There's this giant ball there, in evil apes, and the evil apes are juking it out on the ball. You're one of them. It's basically all just evil apes juking it out on a giant ball.
How small are the apes?
Infinitesimally small.
Hey, how big is the ball?
You can't even make out it's a ball when you're juking it out. It's that large.
And this duking it out I keep hearing about, what's that?
Vying for resources. It's a stupid expression you picked up somewhere. The part of the presentation you want to take home with you is this. You have to beat the other evil apes in the face, or you lose.
That's sad?
Yes, it is. And you drowned in that sadness a long time ago.
What do you mean, drowned?
You lost.
The sound outside, you recognize it. It's a Caprice Canadian motor carriage.
Oh, okay. So it looks like the way they handle oh god, I need to adjust the volume again. Alright. It looks like the way they handle skill checks in this game, you're not told that a skill check is coming up. And I think I remember Pat saying that if you fail a skill check, you're never even told that there was one. So if I understand correctly, the only way you even know if you passed a skill check is if you pass it, the game tells you, and if you don't, then... Oh, I'm not worried about vocabulary, Bone. Vocabulary is one of my strong suits. What is... Okay, I can't... Ah. This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. Oh, okay, and you highlight things with the right stick. This reel-to-reel tape player is still on, rolling empty. What? You see bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liquors. Jesus Christ, this guy's a mess. I don't know, Decoy. It's too early to be asking me that. Take all. Item gained, white satin shirt.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
Oh, cool.
Hot water sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing? What? Oh, come on. I can't... the crosshairs disappeared for targeting the answer. There we go. Really? Nothing?
Really, all recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Okay. Wipe the mirror.
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Maybe I should touch it first, make sure there's nothing wrong with my face.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What? What's wrong?
Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
I'm sorry, touch your nose.
Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
At least my tongue is okay.
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
Wipe the mirror.
Behold.
Ah. Okay, well, could be worse.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
This is the face of a late-stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I'm not making it. The face is making itself.
Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No, keep making the face. Okay, I'll try to stop.
Oh my god. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face and now it won't come off.
So, what, this guy's been schnoofing Joker venom? Is that what happened?
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic. I think I'm sort of pulling it off, too. In a sad, has-been kind of way. There is some charm to it.
There might have been, 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Encyclopedia Formidable 13. Electrochemistry Impossible 18. Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the Oh, I see. Interesting. Attempt to stop the expression from happening. The mirror B for now. Alright.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century.
We did it.
Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failures of the revolution. Oh, okay, right. I do remember reading something about the setting of this game being written deliberately to evoke Soviet-era Estonia, I think. I want to say Estonia. I think it was one of the Baltic states. I believe the director and or the lead writer for this game is Estonian. I think I remember reading that somewhere. So I guess that's what's being referred to here, is that this is meant to be sort of a... Well, it sounds like it's meant to be like a post-Soviet collapse society, is what it is, because what's being described here, I lived through that, actually. My parents and I emigrated from the East Bloc, from Dresden to the United States in 1989, which was 2 years before the Iron Curtain fell. So I remember the real events that this is based on quite well, because they were a very important part of the formative years of my life. So I'm pretty sure that's what's being referred to here, is it's 1991. The Soviet Union has just collapsed. The Iron Curtain's just fallen. Karelian Estonian. Oh, okay. Interesting whiskey. Half Estonian. Right, okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, this is bringing back some dusty old memories. Jeez. Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened.
Well, that's a little bit out of order with the timeline, because disco was a thing in the, I want to say, late 60s, early 70s. But it's been a lot more popular in Eastern Europe, and especially Russia and the former Soviet territories, for a lot longer than it has in the West. I almost feel like disco kind of never went out of style in Russia, or in the Soviet states, because, well, for a lot of reasons.
For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million.
Revachol, huh? That definitely sounds like a Slavic city. Guillaume le Million, huh? Must have been a disco star.
If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open air, Boîte de Nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
Oh, okay, so our protagonist is imitating the expression that this disco guy made. Huh. So I adopted it? Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
Yeah, story of my life. Pour me another cup of tea, bartender. I'm going deep tonight. Oh, hi, Yummy. Sounds French to you when you're from Russia, Tetsuya? Well, I'm not saying it necessarily sounds Russian. It has a vaguely Slavic sound to me as a native speaker of English and a secondary speaker of German. I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. Click, click.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head.
Oh, okay. How long ago was the new?
Some 20-odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
All right, anything else? Like, who am I? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco. The rest is darkness. Aside from the useless fact that the motor carriage outside was a caprice canema.
Okay, I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Yeah, right. 3% chance. +2, know the origin. This is a white check. You may retry it. Okay. Always wins, always loses. Where do... Okay.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Alright, so that's locked and we need to increase our skill points, I guess, to retry it. Okay, Yami, take care. Have a good one. Oh, there is lots of stuff here to target. That's locked, I guess. Hello, Cleric of Sparta. Welcome.
This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world.
Okay, let's grab the tie.
You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. Warning, warning, the necktie is no longer contained. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose. If it's your friend, why was it up there? Who ties their friend to a ceiling fan? Maybe this thing is dangerous somehow. An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you as you look at the tie.
Oh, good. Pull on the fan.
The blades come squeaking to a halt.
Pull on the light bulb.
A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain.
Okay, yeah. Bring it on.
Your eyes burn with photosensitivity.
Oh, okay.
It's not good. The lights are off again.
Got it. Don't do that. Okay, so there are certain dialogue options that will just result in you taking damage. Understood. Disco-ass blazer? Flare-cut trousers.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants.
Out?
It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Yeah, vac machines, so I see.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Assess the damage.
The morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Ah, okay. Did I break it?
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
What did this then?
More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Assess the size of the impact.
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist.
Okay. Possibly a table lamp or a bottle?
Like the green shoe that's on the hat rack in the corner, which, coincidentally, is missing its friend.
Ah!
Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you can still find the other on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
I should go and get that shoe. I don't need it. I don't need anyone.
A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Find your shoe. Okay. I don't know if... is there a control layout? Yes, there is. L1 is highlight, R1 is interact, R2 is zoom out, L2 is zoom in, reset camera zoom, pause menu. Left and right hand item, dialogue menu navigation, sensitive character sheet, heal health, heal morale, okay. No, there's no autosave button. There's just an option to manually save, I guess. Reuse bits and replace the contents of the save game. Wait, what? But I can't create a new save. You're most certainly indefinitely willing to part with the what? No, What? How the hell? What is this even? How do you create a new save? I can't... I cannot highlight the new save option. Confirm it's just asking you to save? Okay. Oh, I see. Boy, that is an unclear UI. Alright, weird.
The window stands broken in its frame.
Okay. So this shows me things that I can interact with, I guess. Okay, and I don't have anything to heal. Shoe, left foot. Helicos by PCT. Oh, it's a weather report, it sounds like. Okay. Close, 11 centigrade rainfall. Debeaminator, I don't have any context for it. I don't know if, I don't know if it's any easier on PC. What's this? There's something on the table. Iguanas, 4 centigrade, bad road conditions. Money gained. Well, I have to say the interaction system is quite awkward with a controller. On PC, you just click on stuff with your mouse. Okay, yeah. It's definitely much more awkward on controller. Smell of the sea makes you dizzy. Gust of briny wind washes over you. Green snakeskin shoes.
There they both are. 2 identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Good.
Like 2 baby crocodiles.
Now we can finally be together again. How do they fit?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
Oh, okay. So I guess there's an autosave when you complete a quest. Hello, Venny. Don't worry about it. I hope you're, safe and everything. Skill points can also buy new thought cabinet skills or forget old thoughts. Okay. Nothing, huh? Now, I guess there's some stuff in that other room that I can go check. Hello, Rain Beetle. Welcome. Hello, officer. Calendar says it's March. The year is 51. Albafika, it's a little bit early to be asking that. I'm only in the very beginning. It's taken some time to figure things out.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Officer, am I military personnel?
No.
Seems perplexed by your question. Klasya, Miss Orangia Disco Dancer. Okay.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Hey, wait, I know, I'm a businessman, chief executive officer, right?
The young woman shakes her head slowly.
Chief technical officer?
No. You're a police officer, sir.
You're shitting me. Oh, they didn't voice this one. I'm not, unless you've been shitting us all this time. She takes another drag. All this time?
You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
Oh, and what business might that be?
I couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
Suggestion challenging, try the expression on her, let her know you want her physically? No, no. Who in their right mind would let a drunk idiot like this be an officer of the law?
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
I mean, these days that's kinda true.
A glib remark. Don't let it stand. Assert yourself.
No, we'll let it go and say nothing.
Retreat is not a winning tactic.
Why don't I remember being a cop or anything else?
Could it be because of the drinking?
Raises an eyebrow, the cigarette sizzles. Yeah, that's fair. I'd probably better leave.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Yeah.
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Goodbye.
It sure is a good thing I didn't try the expression on her. Looks like she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. It's still smoking. Oh, good. No. Okay. Well, we're not gonna bother her. This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Tron Le Mans. Okay, yeah, well, originally I thought that this place might be an Eastern European ex-Soviet state, but it does indeed seem to be France. Huh? Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. Oh, you have... Okay. This is where the lyrics would be. Big old karaoke mic, just waiting for somebody to sing into it. Speaker is connected to the radio. The music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system.
Oh, God.
By other people.
What should I sing when it comes to it?
You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, get the people going.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound.
Okay, so Inland Empire is basically just 15-year-old me. Cool.
You have to find something tragic to sing first, though.
Oh, and that's a quest, is find a sad song to sing over the PA. Alright, cool. Garte, the cafeteria manager. A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again.
That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Look at the stuffed bird. Competent work of taxidermy, the white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it. Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall.
This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now.
Insulindian Isola, which implies islands.
Something about it makes you feel bitter.
That's the Great Skua, right?
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at the doors where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy? Pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
This is the Great Skua. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
What happened to the bird?
Look, your buddy is over there.
Oh.
Why don't you go and talk?
Okay.
This is the something about it makes you feel
Can I help
bitter.
you with that?
Look, your buddy. Why don't you go and talk to him?
I see
okay?
what's going on here. Are you the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Something tells me you don't like me.
Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
So, not only am I a cop, but I'm also a hero? You're being sarcastic.
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
Oh my god, I did all those things?
No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here.
What have I been doing then? Have you seen me around?
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
He looks down again and keeps plucking at the bird. Unknown Glow, if you have PSN Plus, it's discounted right now. I think.
Oh no, you're...
Could the massive property damage...
Am I?
Okay,
Or did you ride in?
guessing I
take
didn't do
the
any of
body
those
down,
things.
You're right, you didn't. And it's only taken you 3 days not to. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not
Okay,
always...
well, I guess he doesn't want to cooperate with the investigation. Yeah, Unknown Glow, I'm not aware of whether or not it's discounted on Steam right now, but I know it is on PSN. You might try getting it while it's discounted. Healing item. Okay. This is a water cooler. A large bubble is rising to the surface. The menu has been wiped clean. Only the word Monday is written on it. Woman's hand wrote yesterday's menu. Today starts in a man's handwriting. Oh, okay. Nope. Sign reads, mess hall reserved for union members. Doors open 1600 hours.
Hello, sweetie.
Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
He nods toward the man in the orange bomber jacket. This royal pinball machine is unplugged. Bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful dark liquid is spilling out. Sleeping dock worker. Man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads, Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Okay. Physical instrument. We probably should try to wake him.
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep soundly in a ship's engine room.
Yeah, I guess so.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
Wait, what? Did I, Damn it, I didn't mean to take those. Alright, well...
The worker is in a deep slumber. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness.
No problem, Unknown Glow. Thank you for dropping by. Take care of yourself. Have a good one.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Oh no, we are not licking that up. 2 hours? An hour?
Sweet Lord, a whole hour. And you haven't thought about rum and lemonade in all that time? You've truly extinguished all trace of yourself.
Actually, should I be thinking about this? Looks like drinking hasn't turned out too well for me.
Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter.
Hell to the no. Suck it, electrochemistry.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together.
For God's sake. The soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. The door is bolted. A sign reads, Kitchen reserved for personnel until 1300 hours. Fine. Kim Kitsuragi. A spectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You. As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in
If
greeting.
an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Shake his hand?
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he is waiting for your name.
This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Okay, sure. Invent a name for yourself.
Okay then.
Oh, damn it!
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
I keep not being able to tell which text option is highlighted. Load game. Is there a... No, it looks like there's an autosave. Yeah, that's too far back.
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
You mean him? Yeah, I just talked to him.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I
Captain
understand
Tuna!
the scene is out back, right?
Thank you so much for the $10 donation, Captain Tuna. Captain Tuna says, have a good stream, Franz, my comrade. I need to go today early. Oh, okay. Good night, Captain Tuna. Thank you so much for dropping by. It's always good to see you. Take care of yourself and have a great evening. Get some rest.
It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Well, big old Bradles, I mean, everybody has the ancient reptilian brain. Absolutely everybody has it, so... I suppose it stands to reason that it would be so common, although we haven't heard it since the intro. Yes, the police. I'm aware that I'm a policeman.
Right. And the interviews?
He taps his foot, more out of habit than impatience. I haven't.
Okay. We'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
No.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
I can't remember anything.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse.
Yes, and that makes me feel a lot better.
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
Okay, I guess we'll get moving then.
After you, officer.
Interview the cafeteria manager and inspect the victim's body.
If you're about to embark on an investigation, shouldn't you have a badge?
Wait, yeah, I should.
You mean you don't have a badge?
It wasn't on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I advise you to try to locate it as quickly as possible, but getting the body down should still take precedence.
This poor guy, Kitsuragi, has already more than had it with this protagonist. Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
Literally anything about it. I can't remember a single thing.
Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit.
I know literally nothing about it, only what you told me before. Yes, Cleric, I did.
Do you want me to brief you?
Yes, that sounds good.
3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate.
Oh.
During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute.
Does the briefing say who the victim was?
A security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth.
Okay, and who was the caller?
To find him or her is one of our tasks here. For now, all we know is that the tone was muffled, using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex.
Why did they hide themselves?
There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The Dock Workers Union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
And the RCM is...
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
Citizens Militia, huh? That sounds less like a police organization than a paramilitary organization.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
I mean, yes, it is at least somewhat useful to know that. Okay, so our job here is to find the killer. Yeah?
That's right.
Secret task complete. Ask him to tell you about the case. Oh, okay. If we are from different precincts, why are we working together on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
Oh, okay.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
You should probably tell me now. This does seem kind of relevant.
Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Okay. Would you say this is a mysterious case?
No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Why not?
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Personally, I think labor disputes are very mysterious.
Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the Dock Workers Union. Maybe more than that. The union clearly wants a piece, not just of the industrial harbor, but the Wild Pines Corporation itself.
Okay.
Is this a strike then? Or the first shots in a workers' coup?
I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating these community matters. This district isn't used to the RCM's presence, and the Union rarely overplays its hand, as it appears to have done in this case.
Wait, so is this actually a strike then, or flat out an attempted coup?
Strike, coup, revolution, it's brigandage, however you parse it.
Okay.
You feel something rising through you, a familiar feeling, an opinion taking form.
Oh god, so this is what rhetoric does. We should grind the workers into fine paste and feed them to the pigs. We should grind the owners into fine paste and feed them to the pigs. With this little foreknowledge, I am unsure which side to grind into pigs' feed. The decision must ferment in me. Also nationalism. Okay, you know what? I think I like rhetoric. I don't think grinding one or the other side into pig's feed will do anyone any favors. I am really, really smart. I've spent the last 20 seconds deciding on which side to grind into pig's feed. Why?
Politics is habit-forming and hazardous. It is also irrelevant to police work. You're right to doubt the impulse. It might be detrimental to our task here.
I was not expecting an honest answer from him.
From an imaginary fan.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
No, I think I have all we need.
Good.
I think you should know that I can't remember a blasted thing. I don't know if they're Marxists, nobleman, but it's supposed to be set in a... I guess a post-Soviet collapse sort of environment. Like, post-Iron Curtain East Bloc is the vibe I'm getting. No response. He arches his brow.
He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
I feel I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
I'm afraid this is a medical situation.
Really? You look fine to me.
Oh, bloody hell. Sorry, everybody. Hang on just a moment. I need to go answer the phone. Ugh. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that, everybody. I normally don't take phone calls during streams, but when it's from work, on the very rare occasion that I receive a work-related call, I'm obligated to take it, so I apologize. Alright. Yeah, right, manatees. Fortunately, I don't think anybody from work watches my streams. Talking serious, unbelievable damage here. I saw myself in the mirror. Okay, well, no, you know what? This guy clearly doesn't care.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
Okay. I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
Ah, when he says Seoul, I'm guessing real-life equivalent being Korea.
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolary state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
Ah. That sounds a little bit more like North Korea, actually, than South. You're making it sound, you're only making it sound uninteresting. I still want to know more about Seoul.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
Seems almost proud of these things. You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Well, I wouldn't want to. Physical instrument, legendary failure, amazing. Just observing.
I guess you don't need glasses, then.
Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Oh, okay. You ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
Okay, good to know.
The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic.
Yes, I could have told you that.
But this isn't an old school case.
I get it. You're one of those old school detectives. Nod respectfully.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages.
That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Okay, good to know. I think I've learned enough.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Okay, you seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive? Like a stagger? Possibly alcohol-induced?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
Oh, so everybody in the 41st is just a raving drunk.
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
That's racist. I don't prioritize containers. Kidding me. Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
That's what I'm reading out of it, nobleman, is that it's a little bit of a fourth wall break that, ooh, what's that shiny thing over there? That's probably important. I'd better pick it up. Maybe it's a weapon. Or ammo for a weapon.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Okay. The Jamrock Shuffle got us. No, manatees! Fat fingering the controller got us pills. I did not mean to take those. The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns toward the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Glances into his little notebook.
Yes.
He responds tersely. Try the inventory? What about it, decoy?
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
He looks to you, realizing he still doesn't know your name. I'm currently in between names.
Fantastic.
It's like when you've left your band, but you haven't decided on a solo artist name yet. Oh, Kim is about to say something. We should let him.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper, and hands it to the lieutenant.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many, many cafeterias I manage.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Right then, questions. I got this. Fake it till you make it. Anyone can be a cop around here, apparently. His face expresses profound doubt in you having this. Why did Sylvie go away?
She went away because none of your business.
Have they not been telling you you're a cop?
Am I not a cop? Everything is my business.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Oh, good job, idiot! Putting pressure on the women when they don't want anything to do with you. I hope you don't become the main character of Twitter soon.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Soki. The lieutenant opens his little notebook at the cover. The number is safely tucked away in a small pocket. Didn't go well, huh?
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
Everything has something to do with everything.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
All right, well, where is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
And how do we get there, then? Mark, I've been interested in it for a long time, but I've avoided it because until today, at about 6 p.m. Central European time, there was not a version of it with full voice acting. And I do not care to blow out my vocal cords trying to read 1.2 million words worth of dialogue.
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Okay, that's all then.
Let's go.
Okay, good.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But...
Oh, come on, really? I'm going to be taking advice from a necktie? Horrific necktie. Let's bail. Time to push the eject button. Sounds like a responsibility. You don't like those.
no, don't listen to him. It's madness. Just talk.
Ah, savoir-faire. Slip away unnoticed. Manatees, it's set to full. So my guess is either they didn't voice the tie or it's a bug, because there was one or two other... there was at least one other line of dialogue earlier that I think should have been voiced, but that wasn't. So my guess is this version of the game probably is a little bit buggy. And as a matter of fact, when I first downloaded it, there was already a patch, like a day one patch. It's real.
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
He pronounces the R with a mock aristocratic accent.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Okay, you mean I owe you money?
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
It points to the red ledger on the counter. Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him. Yeah, okay, the necktie doesn't seem to talk. Hang on. Yeah, voiceover mode full. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Must be the PS5 version. You heard it on Steam, really? I was hoping they'd give it a voice too, Almond. People are hearing it on Steam. Well, what the hell? Why is it not being voiced in the PS5 version, then? I wonder... Yeah, it's gotta be a bug, Malcolm, because there already was a patch. I guess they just missed a couple of bugs. Because there was another line of dialogue from the woman in the yellow coat earlier that did not play, while all of her other dialogue did. So my guess is it's just bug dialogue. What do I owe this place for?
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
But what exactly is money?
What are you, a philosopher?
Since I woke up, I have trouble remembering even the most basic concepts of reality.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
Interesting. Where do I get it from?
Are you serious? From your work? I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
Okay, is this money?
Yes, it is.
10 plus 10 plus 20 is 4... I'm down to 90, right?
No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
Man, 100 times smaller? What's that crap?
Yes.
But that's terrible. No, I can't. This guy's already had it up to here with me. All right. He stands silently looking at the coppers on the counter before him.
Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
Darkness rides.
It does, doesn't it?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kisaragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
That's Cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
Great. What happens now?
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
I don't remember where my home is.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
Yeah, we probably... Hobocop, yes. Soki, I imagine there are probably lots of ways this can play out. I have been given to the understanding that this game actually has meaningful choices and that the choices you make can drastically affect the gameplay and the opportunities and the plot progression.
Good luck.
Man wants to say something, then thinks better of it. Frankly, I can't blame him.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
I really don't remember.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Up on Marvel Hill?
Why did you say that?
Lieutenant Kisaragi, you know a place called Marvel Hill?
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place?
Expression?
A saying. Up on Marvel Hill, a great high place. One that is impossible to climb back to.
Oh.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
Yeah, that's a good... Oh, literally, you can... I'll live in a dumpster, I don't care, fuck everything, hobo cop. Actual hobo cop. Hello, Ultima, welcome. Could I trace the way back somehow to the exact street, the exact number on a building?
You can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
It's probably not any better than this place, to be honest. I'll tell you what, though. I have lived in a tent in the Canadian wilderness for weeks at a time because my parents were hopeless outdoors buffs when I was a kid. I have had enough of that life. No dumpsters for me, thanks. Alright, inventory. Bonuses from items. Suggestion, Spirit Decor, Electrochemistry +1, Savoir-Faire -2? Hang on, why... Horrific necktie. Is adorned with a garish pattern. It's disturbingly vivid. Somehow you feel as if it would be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will betray it if you change it for some boring scarf. Skin shoe +1 composure -1 savoir-faire. Heels ridiculously high. Some watchtower heels. Disco ass blazer. Halogen watermarks. Like someone skinned this blazer off some long extinct disco animal. Has an enigmatic white rectangle on the back and the right sleeve. My friend, this necktie so far has just told me to do evil things. -1 savoir-faire. Tight around the thighs. Tight around the crotch. Great. White satin shirt. Conceptualization, a real statement to wear, unsavory color. Used to be fancy, it used to really catch the light, now it smells like someone took a piss in the armpits. Hey Jalapeno, welcome! Ease. Alright, have nothing, I guess. $60 out of 100 experience. Monotone, hey, good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome. Okay, Marisot, have a good one. Take care. Arthrax, the text is too tiny for me to read. If I miss a word here and there, that's why, is because it is illegible. I'll have to just get my camera and take a picture of what the text looks like on my TV, because you guys aren't able to see it. Get a hold of a sad song on tape. Pay for damages. Ask your station for additional funds. Call Sylvie using Kim's shortwave and ask whether she made the call. There was a pissing match between Precinct 41 and Precinct 57. Ask him about this later. Report your badge missing. Inspect the body. Find some booze and drink it. Hangover feels really bad. You have to take the edge off. Find a bottle of alcohol. Put it in your hand. Equip it in the held slot in your inventory. And the magic will likely happen on its own.
Hello again, sweetie. I see you've met up with your colleague.
Sorry to hear you had a rough day at work, Monotone, but I'm glad to hear that you're able to make that octopus. I'm really looking forward to hearing how it turns out. Please do, if you have an opportunity, post some pictures in the library, or the dining room, rather.
The lieutenant nods politely. Wait, who's Sweetie?
Action speed? Who is Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no Sweetie. Look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
That stupid dimple has only brought me suffering. No, that's kind of you, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Her eyes glitter over the rims of her glasses as she looks up, smiling. I bet she's the murderer.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Sweetie needs money. Do sweeties get money? No, that's terrible. How'd you like to roll with me? Yeah, the Spirit de Corps, I guess, must be the spirit of the police. This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Incredible. Hey, lady, do you want to be a cop? Do you want to come arrest people?
Whatever do you mean?
I want you to be my wheelchaired partner in fighting crime, ridding backyards of corpses, catching sequence killers.
Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have a partner, sweetie.
Damn. Yeah, Manatees, apparently when they did all of the full voice recording for this version of the game, for the final cut, they recast a few of the voice actors, especially ones for minor characters, with talent that they thought fit the roles better.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
I know, but there are also side mysteries, sequence killers, and forays into the paranatural.
I can assure you with absolute certainty, there are no sequence killings taking place in Martinez.
Damn.
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. I wouldn't be of much use to you anyway, sweetie.
Why? 3 heads are better than 2.
Thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place, you see. I'd slow you down.
Oh.
Perhaps another time.
She turns back to you with a hopeful glint in her... Oh, okay, well... I am beginning to get the sense that she might actually be a future investigation partner. I don't know if you've noticed, but no, you know what? We're not going to plague her with my personal problems.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
She gives you a small wave. Well, thanks, nice lady. I'd probably better leave before this drunk idiot that I'm playing as does something untoward. She used to have an old British lady voice. Interesting, Manatees. Night the streets are emptier. By 2 o'clock everyone's... okay. Man, look at this city. It's a dump. Heap of snow melts in this wheelbarrow. Street sign reads, "Fuck the police."
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
You sound surprised.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all.
I have some questions for you.
Of course. What can I help you with?
We need directions.
Of course. Where to?
Where am I?
What do you mean?
I'm disoriented. I don't know where I am.
Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
Oh, okay. The spoken dialogue there didn't quite match the written dialogue. I don't doubt that, Soki. Which is precisely what I am trying to avoid.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
The lieutenant seems uncomfortable with the level of disorientation you're displaying. What is up in the north?
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really.
East?
The harbor gates. Some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too.
Ah, frites are good. What is in the south?
Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
And what's on the other side of the canal?
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago.
What is in the west?
It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach.
Probably nothing interesting there anyway. I'm looking for a dead body.
Oh, that's right there, in the yard.
Oh, just hanging out.
She's relieved someone has come for it. Finally.
Okay, thanks. That's all I need, I guess.
No problem.
Also, what is this fuck the police business?
Excuse me?
She doesn't understand.
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning.
Yeah, maybe I should. Then again, maybe I shouldn't. This street sign says fuck the police. Point to it.
Oh, well, I didn't write it there. I'm just sitting here.
Ah, that's all right. I didn't mean to startle you.
Okay.
She replies, shoulders relaxing. Who are you exactly?
Me? I am just a gardener.
Cool. What are you doing here?
I'm working.
Working on what?
I have a greenhouse in the yard there. I've been trying to get some work done.
There's discomfort. She stops mid-sentence.
Go on. It's okay.
As you already know, there's a corpse there, hanging from a tree. It smells pretty bad, so I have to take breaks.
Don't worry, miss. We are here to clean it up. You can get to work soon.
Thank you. My head is about to explode from all the salts I've had to inhale.
Jesus, we really have been neglecting this case. All right, I've got to run.
Of course. I won't hold you back.
Wipes her brow with the canary yellow glove.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
One more thing. Can I borrow your gloves?
Sure, keep them. I have another pair.
He hands you the rubber gloves with no visible annoyance. Okay, cool, thanks. Maybe that will help us not take damage from touching a corpse that's been sitting there rotting for a week. Avgallon, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge. Your support is very greatly appreciated. Thank you. Pigs Go Home. The street name is illegible. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings. What have we here?
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57.
Oh, this is his, police vehicle.
Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet.
Man, this is some... I don't even know what style this qualifies as. It reminds me a little bit of the early 1910s and 1920s automobiles. But it also has a really weird, almost... not quite steampunk look to it. Steampunk is not the right word, but...
This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage.
Open the door.
In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pick up the radio.
The frequency tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens, radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Hi, Alice. This is the officer from the 41st Precinct speaking. Nice to meet you.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Can you connect me to the 41st Precinct? I have something I need to report.
Just a second, officer.
It puts you on hold, the static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His rattly voice is oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
Dios pidió.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, Station 4-1, I've got urgent business. Urgent business, over.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Just report... Wait, what? No! Reporting in, over. Why can't I...
10-18, state your message, sir.
I need to report my badge missing.
10-9, over.
My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
Oh, I guess I have a reputation.
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Say nothing.
Who lost his badge?
Oh, God. Chester McLean? That's not a French name.
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
Ah, Dick Mullen is my name. Okay. Jean Vicmar.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
He says, fighting off his laughter.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge.
Oh, well, there go my hopes, dashed to pieces.
Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Can we just move on? I want to get it reported and be done with it.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
All right, Chester, I'm about to head down to the precinct. And shove your head so far down the toilet in the locker room. Actually, I probably don't remember where the precinct is. Oh, okay, and this would appear to be another bug, where this guy's dialogue is not playing.
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now?
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Would you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment?
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why, did he find it? The room at the other end of the line erupts in volcanic laughter.
Sergeant Person was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
Great.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
Fantastic. You can hear laughter in the background. Could you all...
He asks you to please stop... Sergeant Person was wondering if you found...
You don't have a comeback.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Damn it,
Sergeant?
You...
He's not replying.
Okay, enough.
Looks like 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
The animated conversation in the back is making it difficult for him to hear you.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him, the speaker gasps for air, ask him if he lost his gun too. The room roars with laughter.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Oh god, it's not here.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
Don't sweat it, Breton. You don't need a gun to have fun. We can still have fun. It's not all over.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Convince them that you didn't lose your gun.
Lying over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
Of course I didn't lose my... It's right here. In my pants.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain.
Yeah, me either.
Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
I've never in my life heard anybody say the word gangbanger in a French accent. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance? Over.
Listen, I've actually lost my gun too.
10-4, I know I already wrote it in a report, but it will stay on my desk for a few days. Over.
Oh. Okay. I am in dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
Okay, we got experience. It is paramount to the investigation. I'm begging you here. I don't even have a place to sleep tonight. No, you know what? I have my dignity. I heard you. No funds. I'll have to figure something else out.
Anything else, sir? Over.
I need some personal information on me.
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
What's there to think about?
You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory. Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
Well, he's clearly not.
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question.
I want to know if you got my badge's description right in your report. Could you read it to me, name, rank, and date of birth?
What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over.
You alone in the room? No. Okay, well... I don't think any of these options are going to get me what I need without landing me in a straitjacket. We clearly know he's not alone.
Understood, sir. Over.
All right. Well, transmission completed.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
18 kilometers to the south, in the 41st Precinct's relay booth. A small crowd has gathered around Communication Officer Jules Oldboy Pidier, around a dozen cops. The small room is filled with cigarette smoke, abuzz with laughter, when Officer Judith Minot enters. Her left arm is in bandages, and her hair trimmed short.
What is going on here? Did something happen?
She asks, startled. Jean-Vic Maire turns to her and says...
What happened is my partner made contact. It's not good. He's lost his badge and his sidearm. He seemed confused, delirious even.
He stops to think.
Mac, the torso Torson, is finger-fucking his fist, laughing hoarsely and apparently telling some dirty story to his partner, Chester McLean, near the entrance.
Yeah, Mullen was fucked all right. Sounds fucking drunk to me.
Yeah, Mac's right. This was some gnarly shit there. I mean, before he started begging for money, it was...
Enough! None of this is funny. It's fucking sad. That's what it is. He's a cop. He's one of us, goddamn this.
We must help him.
Minot looks down at her neatly polished black shoes. There is a quiet firmness to her voice when she speaks.
Yeah? How do you fucking plan to do that, huh? Get him off the drink? Go jogging with him in the morning and get him on carrot juice? He's a lost man.
I just know we can't give up on him when he's at his weakest. He wouldn't.
The crowd in the room has started fidgeting uncomfortably. Someone's trying to slip out unnoticed.
Mac, man the door. You know what he told me? I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. Those were his words.
He gestures Torson to block the doorway, then turns to Minot.
This shit does not leave this room. Not a word of this to the captain. Or anyone else. We'll give him a couple of days to pull his shit together.
I guess I can hold off the report for a few days.
Old boy lights another cigarette.
Good. Okay, everybody. Nothing but a prank call here. We all got our laughs. Now get back to work.
Far north, on the other side of the motorway, the officer quietly hunches with his hand in the motor carriage.
All right, pick up the radio again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I need you to connect me to a civilian, a Sylvie. She may have reported a murder.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim, didn't Gart give you Sylvie's number?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Wait patiently or start slapping a marching rhythm on your thighs. No, we wait.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot. Quite a lot of time has passed.
Hey, Riceland, welcome! No, it didn't escape my radar, but I've been waiting until it was fully voice-acted to play it.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Female voice greets you through the static. It sounds like she's a million miles away from here. Sylvie, I believe we've met before. This is me, a detective from the Whirligig in Rags.
Oh, right.
She recognizes...
Hello, sir. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
Well, I can't blame her under the circumstances. Yeah, Ultima, exactly. After hearing Pat's story about almost dying trying to stream it and read all the dialogue, I decided it was probably smarter to hold off. Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
Do you know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires.
Oh, it's that bad.
People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
Wow, I didn't realize that phones were that rare in this universe.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
But why didn't you call? Didn't a corpse behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse.
What does this Union have to do with anything?
No one calls the police. The Union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Garbage.
Wait, Kim, lower your microphone. Is she speaking the truth? The Union is the law around here?
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto policed by the Dock Workers Union.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
Tell me, why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
Yeah. Okay, no, I'm tempted to ask what others, but I think this might push her too hard. Alright, look. Don't worry about it, I understand.
You do? What else can I do for you?
Do you know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't.
Oh.
People don't have the money to have...
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer.
Next
Yeah,
question.
go on.
You quit my job. You quit your job at the whirligig. Why?
You mean why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Wait, why aren't you comfortable discussing it with me?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Ah, did you leave because of guard?
What? No, why would you even think that?
He told me he asked you out. Are you saying it didn't happen?
Please, don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
All right. Fine. Have you seen my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
Yeah, no, my badge is missing. Have you seen it anywhere?
Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Not my uniform too! Damn it! Should really look into that.
Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it.
Oh, good!
It feels like you haven't worn yours in a long, long time.
Have you seen my policeman uniform?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
Have you seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
She sounds beyond exacerbated. I showed you my gun? When?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and
And what? What did I do?
you were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Jesus! No wonder nobody wants to talk to this guy.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them.
Off of what?
You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that.
Yeah, no kidding!
I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
Wow, yeah, this guy needs some serious help. How did they even let him stay a cop?
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Okay. I don't know what to say here.
Me neither.
Yeah. Why would I threaten to kill myself? I mean, look at this world. I'd love to stay.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
Okay, we need to get off this subject.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns.
Jesus.
It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask.
Oh dear. So we're gonna have to go to the pawn shop to get our gun back.
I do hope so. Please don't call me again. Bye.
Why does she seem angry with you?
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
Yeah, no kidding! I think we've just found out what it was, unless there's more. Wait, before you go, you're mad at me, right? Tell me, what did I do? I can't remember anything.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit.
What skua? Oh, I'm probably the one who broke the bird. Yeah, Johnny Worldbeater, this game has some writing that I guess is pretty real. I had heard that it gets pretty real, but now I think I have a better idea of what everybody was talking about.
The stuffed bird, the great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Oh.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
Bird got what was coming to her? Why do I always end up screwing everything up?
It was a pretty bird, there since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. We call her Scotty.
There's genuine sadness in her voice.
So I was the one who made you want to quit.
Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place.
I can't even argue with her about this. She's 100% right.
I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you...
Go on, I want to know what I did.
Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now.
Well, hold on, which song?
We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
Sorry about the song.
To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know.
Jesus Christ, this guy should be in jail.
And then you screamed something about being the most boring person alive and how everyone leaves you because you're just so boring.
Holy shit, I'm sorry. That doesn't even really begin to approach sufficient for what this guy apparently did, but...
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen.
What? When does it end? This guy is a walking train wreck.
I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
Wait, police documents?
The ones I had to wrench out of your toilet.
What happened to them?
Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember every little thing I do.
Resentment gives way to concern in her voice.
Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Yeah, fair.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
Okay, I get it. I wasn't a very good tenant.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
I am truly sorry for everything, Sylvie.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
When I spoke to Guard, it seemed like he thought you left because of him.
Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do.
Didn't he cross the line when he asked you out?
No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing, with the corpse and all that.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side, the telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place, so I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe.
I can tell him.
Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something.
Well, no worries about that. I apparently pawned it. What else did I sing besides the OO? I'm looking for a song.
Oh, all sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock.
Maybe you can help me identify this one particular song?
Which one would that be?
One that was really sad.
Sad? I think the one you mean is The Smallest Church in Saint-Saëns. Butchered that right up.
Her voice carries a tone of disappointment. Well, World Beater, from what I understand, he starts off as a complete train wreck, and whether or not he stays as one is entirely up to the player. Depending on what choices you make, I guess you can either drag him the rest of the way down to hell, or help him work his way up and pull himself out by his bootstraps. One thing is definitely clear to me already, and we're not even very far in, and that is the choices and the decisions that you make do matter.
Interesting. You still have to find it, however.
All right, thank you for talking with me. Take care.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
I hope so too, Farthrax.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
I think I'm done.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheated. A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Red-tipped pry bar, handled chain cutters, and cranked flashlight. Well, we don't have any other sort of weapon right now. So...
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids. The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand. It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Tap on the fuel preheater gauge.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation: we're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation: don't even think you can drive my MC.
Run your fingers over one of the steering levers.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Okay. And we got an autosave, so now I think we can level up. Endurance. Bonus from items and bonus from thoughts? Huh. All right. Gloves. Oh, clothes. Thick latex gardening gloves in classy canary yellow. Maybe you should retire, take up gardening as a hobby. +1 interfacing. Okay. Red tip pry bar has Carson heavy duty engraved just below the handle. Satisfyingly heavy and perhaps one of the most useful tools to carry around. Unlock containers in the world. Wait, so this isn't a weapon? Looking pair of cutters I've ever seen, made in Gotwacky by Wallachsherm. I can't read that, the text is just too small. No chain, wire, or barbed fence will ever stand in your way again. They look hungry, ready to chew steel. Yeah, they do, don't they? Police flashlight bearing the logo of Brownstollen RAO. Small dynamo packed inside this handheld illumination device theoretically gives you the ability to produce a tiny amount of electricity anytime, anywhere. I don't know, Ricelin. The status screen said if you had a weapon in your hand. And I know from playing many a video game that a crowbar is usually a weapon. Some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement like an eggshell.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
An ancient fountain. It doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. Stop complaining and hurry up. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. Oh, my back. I swear it's getting worse. Oh, I can't. Oh. Spirited chirps and clicks of swallows fill the air.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle.
Covers his mouth to hide a burp.
I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hard René first.
In a moment, Farthrax.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
You're a man with a fork in a world of soup. That's an interesting expression.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
Wow.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Shouldn't I ask what game it is first?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Better observe them first. Hand-eye coordination, 72%. Grab the ball and show them how it's done. All right, why the heck not? Yeah, Ricelin, because I wasn't sure, and it seemed like maybe there were different slots for weapons than there were for tools. I don't know. I'm still figuring this game out. Was that a success?
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Take in the surroundings.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
I wonder if this is how soccer players feel.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
Let go, be the ball. great.
A whorehouse of shit. It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters. Probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What did I hit, though?
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right triceps, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
Wait, what?
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull.
Oh, Patong, I understand.
No, no you don't. Our pétanque game is ruined. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Okay, I will try to fix this.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven, but men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
I want to ask you about that bonkers hat you're wearing.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyard of Whirligig and Rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
You don't have a problem with cops?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Politics? What about police women?
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties.
Ah, okay, so this is what rhetoric does. Rhetoric is, hey, are you a conservative? You're a dumb poo-poo head. That's what rhetoric is. I see. Hey, do you have traditional attitudes about women? Screw you, feminism for life. I see what's happening here. Yeah, I'm not touching this. I'm gonna have to be careful with rhetoric. Try to avoid voicing opinions on controversial matters, yes.
I know the kind. Gaston here is the same. A weather vane. Never stood up for anything in his life either.
Oh, René. If you only knew life beyond confrontations, conflict, and extremities.
Okay, well, thanks for your time. Nobleman, there are many other uses for rhetoric than starting arguments. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. Closed for winter, please use main entrance. Thanks, Venny. All right. Hey.
Can I help you?
I talked to Sylvie. She left because of me, not you.
Wait, what? But what about the bird?
Bird?
Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left.
She didn't break it, I did. I threw it against the wall.
You broke the skewer.
His face is flushed with emotion. A rash covers his neck.
I assure you it was him.
It's as if he can't decide whether to be angry or relieved that it was you. Again.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer?
It's a mystery.
I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message. Symbol of hope and all.
A tender type of hope. Something stirs in you. Perhaps this is why you broke it.
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me?
She said she was flattered it was just a bad timing.
Really? I should give her a call then.
The man doesn't know what to say. He wipes his brow and stares at the counter.
Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...?
Gives you a short nod. For now, I think that's it. We still don't have the song, and I have not actually seen something that I need to report. Oh, summer door closed for the winter. All right, then. What do we have here? Rue de San Gislan, 8B.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Oh, okay. Hair. Boxing for young athletes. 24th window. Fashion Atelier. Fabrin's Taxi. The rest has been burned off. Slipstream SCA. Fortress Accident SCA. Rivitrol Ice City. Main Hall Building B. Delta Pinball.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
That was freaky.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
Who's Kuno? This is the police. Please open the door.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were...
There's a spot of static that overrides her words.
But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore, so I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Okay. What about the hair SC? I don't know what SCA stands for, but...
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
Andro Orlando? Okay. Artemitep's Boxing for Young Athletes and Gym.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
A fourth window.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
Emma's Fashion Atelier?
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
Fabrin's Taxi.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore.
Hey, Lynn! Slipstream SCA?
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Hello, is anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electrics.
This is a woman's voice, crackling and fragile through the static.
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
Yes, hello, can you let me inside the building, please? Actually, no, you know what? I have come to place an order. This might be our only way in.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Sorry?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice again.
Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Oh God, okay. Do we know each other?
Michelle, just please.
Stops and you can hear her breathe heavily, her breath distorted by ancient static.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Hold on. Tell me what's going on. What did I do?
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
Oh, funny thing about that.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
Forget about what?
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Oh God, please don't cry.
She doesn't answer.
You said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
What just happened?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Okay, it's goodbye then.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read:
Volition challenging. +1 wax cylinder? Okay. Fortress Accident SCA.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident.
Patrol Ice City?
Silence. No one answers the doorbell.
Main Hall Building B.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you.
Small wonder, I suppose. East Delta Pinball.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Empty card.
This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Takes a step back, inspecting the other names on the list. Okay. Well, Johnny, I feel like this is the same sort of game that would appeal to somebody who streams maybe Path of Exile or Pillars of Eternity. Something along those lines. A really involved third-person Western-style RPG. There is a market for it. There are bottles inside. You could pick them up if you had a bag.
This Post Lavatorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Good mail delivery box, pet the box. Fuck you, mail delivery box, kick it.
The box seems happy.
Okay!
Eat shit, pig. Fucked by the coon. And St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Been there, Post La Ventura mailbox. Been there.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
Oh, it healed my morale. Okay. Well, I made the mailbox happy. I guess that's probably good. Enormous bulls worthy of a real man. This book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. The book is titled Man from the Helmdall and the Wildfire. This is a book about pate. Better mouth your watch around me, boy. What the? This book, you don't really understand what it's about, nor does it seem important. A book about the future. The government reads your mind using radio technology. A book about Wadero culture. It promotes freedom and what I wish these wouldn't disappear so quickly.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
A young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet to feel warmer. What kind of a store is this anyway? It's a bookstore. Yeah, see, this line didn't get read properly, so I'm guessing they just must not have correctly linked all of the lines of dialogue to the text. And mind you, with 1.2 million words worth of spoken dialogue in this game, I can certainly understand how a few of these might have slipped under the radar. Hey, DevTech! Yes, Mayor Manders, this is pretty much the beginning of the game. It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. She points at the window. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
Well, don't be ridiculous. I know all these things.
You're fooling nobody.
Don't you sass me.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now. Is it okay if I ask you some questions? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock.
Ah, but the bookstore wasn't supposed to be open, was it?
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
The girl gazes at the window and then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide as if recalling something. Standing out here in the cold because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold. Can I help in some way?
Kind of you to offer, sir.
Doesn't know what else to say.
What could you do to help her anyway?
I mean, I could bring her a hot drink? Have a word with the store owner, maybe.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Stands upright and smiles like a little soldier. Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Well, school is stupid. You're lucky not to be there.
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
Well, there is a grain of truth to that, but not to the point at which you sacrifice your own well-being for your job. How's the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Oh!
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed? In what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Ass up? Oh my god, you mean bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
I don't think curses are real, but I'm going to investigate anyway.
They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
They're not doomed, but your mother should learn from their mistakes.
Of course, sir.
Okay, well, this poor kid. What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Okay, I get it. Crime murder gets the people going.
And it's kind of like a puzzle, too. You can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
Ah, cool. I'm a cop myself, actually. I probably shouldn't be admitting that, but...
You don't look much like a policeman.
Oh, well, what does a cop look like, then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
He points to a book cover on which you see a strapping Vespertine officer. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. Wow, look at that guy. I'll never be as good as Mullen.
Don't say that. He's not even real. You're real.
That's right. Oh, no. Well, now I can't say anything that's not depressing. That's shadowed by a fake man. That's harsh.
Cheer up, sir. It's much easier being a fictional character. He doesn't have to deal with real things.
My god, this girl is legit counseling our protagonist here.
Maybe you can show me some real deductive police work, sir. Like in the books.
Her smile is warm and consoling, unlike the imperial image of Dick Mullen. Okay, I'm going to deduce something now.
You fail to deduce anything substantial.
Oh, good.
She waits intently.
Actually, I'm sorry, I can't deduce anything.
It's okay, sir.
Small disappointment rolls over her, but she promptly gets over it.
You disappointed a small child. Well done, champ.
Oh, for goodness sake. What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
Huh. What about when everyone's poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real-life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
You know, you got me there. Okay, that's probably enough.
Maybe some about other books?
We're just going to disappoint this poor girl even more at this rate. Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Reading those books doesn't make the readers more famous, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
He smiles gleefully. Fame sounds delicious. Maybe someone will write a book about me one day.
Why would they do that, sir?
Why indeed? I'm just an old tired cop. What use am I?
You're not that old. Maybe you'll do something really important. Something that wows the world.
You think so?
Yes, there's hope. A lot of famous people got famous late, or even after they've died.
Oh, good! That makes me feel better.
Yeah. You're certainly the type who might find fame posthumously. Who knows? You might even get famous for the manner of your death.
Am I replying to Inland Empire or to the girl here? That sounds like a nice story to tell yourself at night. Maybe fame isn't that important at all. After all.
Maybe not. No one needs a book written about them anyway. It's always better to read books.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Okay, what am I?
Guess.
Sorry, cop? I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Okay, but what are the other Copo types?
Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the Advanced Interesting Cop, Liquid Shadow Cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go?
Won't the other Copo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
You know what? Actually, I'm not sorry. I changed my mind.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
No, I'm really not sorry. Well, actually, maybe I am. I mean, this guy has done some pretty terrible stuff. Maybe a little bit of repentance is not a bad thing. And hey, he's French. He's basically Canadian. Sorry is appropriate.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million.
Yeah, right.
That won't happen.
man. Well, look who it is.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
So are you the owner of this store?
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course she was.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
I did.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Oh, for God's sake, really?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
I am not going to grade a human being. I don't do that.
Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practices and market research. I expect an answer.
She crosses her arms. I feel for the poor girl. I do not like this lady. This is not how you raise a healthy child. If that girl turns out okay, it will be despite her mother and not because of her. 10, she was certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor. The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind you're in business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
Huh. The worst kind of parent. The one who will not accept reality no matter how much you shove it in their face. All right. Let's see what happens.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biography. Oh yes, how's my precious doing? She's a good girl.
What happens if we say we're here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor?
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
Depends. How much do you pay the kid?
Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
In some more developed countries, this sort of thing is 2 felonies: child labor and slavery.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Her tone is decisive, not at all angry at the insinuation.
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
Wow! Girl outside mentioned that this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
What if I want to buy a book?
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn.
Fiddles with her pendant, then waves her bony fingers directly at you. What type of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
Do you even know what books you have for sale?
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very literary stuff with well-written prose.
Ah, the truth of this operation begins to rear its ugly head.
But you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories.
Shouldn't a storekeeper know about her own wares?
I provide a valuable service. As long as people buy books, I'm fine.
And where do you learn about the important things, then?
The truth is available if you just know where to look, and you have to open and free your mind to understand.
What? Ugh. Okay. Gift books and molten candy.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Look through the display of books.
Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundai and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundai, Return to Hyundai. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundai and the Hyundai Man.
Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundai and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundai and the false god. Man from Hyundai and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundai, the Hyundai colonies. Man from Hyundai and the swamp beast. Man from Hyundai and the snow crabs.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but is that all?
Not even close. Man from Hyundai in hell. Man from Hyundai and the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundai under the lake. Man from Hyundai, Hyundai burning. There's even The Trial of Death, a Pastanal combat game book set in the world of Hyundai Man, and so much more.
God, it feels like I'm looking at a collection of the full Super Robot Wars series. Pain Threshold Medium. Do any of the books call out to me? Storekeep, tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why so popular, then?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Great! Which one should I start with? Okay.
At last, someone sensible. However, I still urge you to buy one. Can't judge a book by the cover, they say.
Jeez.
If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundai Man, the Man from Hyundai. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
I do not have enough money to buy the Hyundai Man book. pain threshold?
Nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Okay. So it didn't actually do HP damage. I just didn't have enough pain threshold. Oh, monotone. Jeez, man.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
What do we have?
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition.
Oh, this is basically Dungeons and Dragons.
There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure gamebook titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
Well, so much for that.
That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Okay, what board games do you have?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Raubritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Do I have friends, Lieutenant?
Are you actually friends? Or just colleagues thrown together by circumstance?
I don't really feel like I have any kids.
Friends are technically like family.
She fiddles with her pendant, thinking.
For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
I feel like these are all just references to games that actually exist. Because she's basically just describing Civilization by Sid Meier. What are all these Wirral things?
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
As long as I make money, I don't care what a morally repressed reprobate you are. This woman. Yeah, this is definitely a proto-Karen right here. This is depressing. Ugh. Yeah, Fontes, she's a piece of work. She's a real piece of work. No, Renarith, I think she's trying to imply that role-playing games are a gateway drug to Satanism. Because Karen... I need some tea. I can't handle this Karen. This proto-Karen. This post-Soviet 1950s proto-Karen. Well, no, Ranarith, presumably this is an earlier instance of it than the one that happened surrounding video games. Soki, if I ever figure out a way to make any money, I should just come back here and buy all the stuff she disapproves of. Then again, she probably won't care, because she'll just be getting money. And that's clearly all she cares about. Old sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. The book collects the national recipes of Arda. They are all about lake trout. We'll come to that curtain in a moment.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Ah, seems relevant.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Oh God, no. Yeah, why not?
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Are there any more?
Yes. There's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, My Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer.
Yeah, that's most detective novel tropes. We're still missing a couple, though.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Who is Dick Mullen?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Oh, they do, huh? Oh, I love how you can't save the game while you're in, dialogue.
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
What do we have here?
A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence.
Why does this speak to me?
Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
I mean... maybe?
Then this is the book for you.
$7.99. Well, no money. It's a tome of fascist magic. Rather candid. Great. I sure want to learn how to pull a Nazi out of a hat. A quaint picture book brochure. Very colorful.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
What do we have here?
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
What's this?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Oh, I had a classmate in high school who was known for doing that.
Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
I swear, this woman...
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
What's on this shelf?
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education.
A little bit more than some frumpy proto-Karen who treats her daughter like slave labor, at least.
The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
The hell with that, Rolls. I may be broke, but I have my dignity. Actually, after all the stuff this guy's done, I'm pretty sure I don't even have that. Thought it was about which of these innocences is the coolest and greatest.
Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
Do her words seem vague and abstract to you?
So you recommend it?
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one? Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Right, I guess we'll be back when we have money, if we ever have money.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Okay.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
Islands of the Phantom. Insulindic Ocean. The fact that the name of that ocean has the word insulin in it suggests to me that, well, I don't know, it's just a little bit weird. So maybe this is meant to be the Indian Ocean.
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics.
Oh, good.
In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
You see the cities on the islands?
You can. On Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On Archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas.
That's quite a name for a city.
Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
What about the edges?
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
All right, what about Revachol?
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And west of the river?
Houdon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City.
And what about Martinez?
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48.
So that map is from 3 years ago. Rolls, it's basically the top map. The first one we looked at is a map of the broad region of the world where these islands are. The second map is a map of the city, and the third map is a map of the district where we're located. All in good time, Rolls. Non-progress before progress. Funneling, you know how it is.
Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
Can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the map of Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
Well, what happened?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Oh, we can try to steal it. No, we're not doing that. We'll be back. Oh, and that auto saves us.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature. Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How the hell does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Wow! Wow.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Yeesh. Well, this sounds like it was written by Karens for Karens. Does it say anything else? What other drivel does it contain?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And
oh no.
There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder, preservatives, to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Find something truly otherworldly.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
What's the pale?
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted.
Okay, then what's it about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
That sounds like garbage.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits, like vodka or whiskey, that have been aged in the pail. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pail and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
And what does this pale-aged liquor do, dare I ask?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
Yeah, right.
That seems improbable.
Yeah, how is that possible?
Is it any more improbable than anything else that human beings put their faith in?
I guess. What else is in there?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pail, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour.
My guess is the pail is moonlight.
These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins.
Oh, here we go.
Especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need.
What? No, it's not. Anything else?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Well, I certainly don't need that. I probably need that. Alcohol does terrible things for virility.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
Another boring book, just discarded here. Huh? Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their What? No! Why are we back to fascist magic? I do not need to know how to saw Mussolini in half. Alright, what do we have down here? What is this?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
I feel like she's about an inch away from saying the power of Christ compels you. In an unironic way.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
What's this? Examine the cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Ah! Who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south.
Of course.
Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Alright, this seems like the sort of situation where we'd probably better save first. I will go ahead and warn everyone, I am not above save scumming if something drastically horrible happens.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand is closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman. Yeah, okay, I see what's going on here.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This is about the curse. That's why you're afraid.
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a cop. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The powers, huh? But I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
Right, I'll think about it for a while.
Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right? There's no reason for you to venture into the unknown.
What, are you a coward? Think about the marvelous adventures waiting for us on the other side.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Yeah, we should find out what the deal is, because that room looks pretty sketchy.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance,
Why
and
are you
Biographies
so
of Famous
uptight
People.
about those curtains?
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
If it's just a storage room, then why does it have a Seminese ward protecting it?
It's just for decoration.
She wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped smile, then something breaks.
Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around the dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
She peers at the curtains again.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annette mentioned the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Wow! She is really drinking the Kool-Aid.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Strange, I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Why didn't you just tell me right away it's the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
I sure do! Have you sought help from anybody? Like, maybe the Ghostbusters?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinket on the curtains.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building. 'Even though now I fear it's not enough.
Strange, I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
I bloody knew it.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Lady, I almost have it on the tip of my tongue to tell you you've been sold snake oil, but part of me is tempted to just let you live with the consequences.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Yeah, thanks, rhetoric. Appreciate the political observation. I mean, in fairness, it's not without a grain of truth, once again, but would you like me to take the case? I could investigate, see if the curse is real.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Oh, God. Convince her to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. Hang on. Are we given the option?
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Yes, okay.
And welcome.
Ah, congrats, Floofin. I told you you'd pass. Good to see you.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to...
Time to fire up the old lie machine.
Okay, that was a failed check.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to...
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
Yeah, Echo Drop, if only. If only you could save Scum the lottery. I sense the psychic emanations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
Lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
Go ahead, then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
I admit I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
I am the Void Revenant. I have the powers to debad all of the bad energies. Yeah, right. Your wards brought me in here in the first place. The Seminese blood also runs through me.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us.
God, everything about it. When I picked up this game, I thought it was going to be a detective story. I didn't think I was going to be conning a Karen into letting me into her store that's supposed to be haunted.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
No problem whatsoever. Your family is safe. The phantoms are no match for me.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
On my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
I mean, broadly speaking, Echo Drop. Yeah, B Park, but experience seems very slow to gain, and even so, it looks like your opportunities to level up your skills are limited.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
The entity.
Yes, a malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the form of a woman. A witch, most likely. She, or it, must be connected to the curse somehow.
Aha! The chimney, the passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it.
Monotone, I'm putting down my guess right now that it's a homeless person living in there and trying to drive out the store owner.
Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
The ones who aren't actually the archetype Echo Drop, sure, absolutely.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Had a few more questions about the curse.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
Oh, that's it. Okay, fine. All right then.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
A small terrified O escapes from Plaisance as she tries her best to look away, her round face buried in her hands. It's all right, Karen, I got this. What have we here? Ghostly silhouettes of hair dryers. Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Unlock the door with the key.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Open the door and enter. Jim? Oh, he has something to say about this.
What is this place?
The lieutenant stares at the dusty training equipment. It's like a gym to me. I think this may be the, Artemitep's boxing club for young athletes.
I think you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
There's a reason why no one's been here in ages.
Yes, because it's closed. No need to look for supernatural explanations where a banal one will do. Now let's move on, shall we?
All right. Sand is dripping from a punch bag. The poster says Citrus Fortis. Oh no, Sidious Fortis. The rest is worn off. Take all? Oh, a shot put ball. Okay. I don't think that's what those guys wanted, but... Worn out wall bars. They look unsafe.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them.
No!
There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Legendary, 8%. Yeah, freaking right. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
Kind of bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone.
Ah, high school gym class.
It's just a memory. A memory from another life. When you were young and fit.
Good. Well, we are not taking an 8% chance to lift that. I mean, I could save scum it, but it really doesn't seem worth it. What is there to be gained?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Oh, +1 noticed callers. This is a white check. You may retry it. Failing to lift that thing is absolutely going to result in self-damage. Price $450. Oh, you can sell items. Okay. Honestly, Farthrax, I'm half tempted, but I just don't see it happening. Always blocked by old window panes and debris. Wild animals stare at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. A large demijohn full of strange liquid. Demijohn? Man, this is really getting... Like, this went from a detective game to a survival horror game. Look at that, there's even a mannequin there. Airship rotors covered in spider webs. They remind you of blades. Looks like the remains of the 24th window repair shop. Ah. A naked mannequin torso, a strange yellow color. Take all? What do we get? Oh, money! Cool. Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth-bitten. And more money. Is this Emma's Atelier? Holy.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural.
I don't think you can, Soki. It doesn't have a price on it.
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Let's inspect them.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space.
What?
Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
This is clearly important. Let's examine it.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged.
Project Dread Board.
The Haldor, the Tworg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin. Green welkin, Dread welkin, and the High welkin to rule them all.
Great! And in the darkness bind them, I'm guessing?
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures.
One of them is a welkin supremacist.
Mm-hmm. Political commentary. That one has a great beard, too.
The lieutenant nods at the welkin's facial hair. Why would anyone spend so much time on this? It's not like this got kick-started or anything.
Some people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Who drew them? Are they real? I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Well, then I guess this has been educational.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
What about the photos? Cosplay, maybe?
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world.
Only if the eggnog doesn't have alcohol in it.
A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
You know, the premise of this universe is actually not half bad. On cursory examination, inspect the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money.
Oh, God. I think this might be a meta-reference to the paradigm of game development.
Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
Yeah, wonder why that might have been. What happened?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Kids, don't let your dreams be memes.
Looks like they didn't make it.
The lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothingness and concludes.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Okay, inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
Yeah, this looks like a scrapped game development project. Soki. And it auto-saved, so it must have been important that we looked at this.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Sounds surprised and a bit cautious. You think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Okay, well, let's turn it on.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
What's in the compartment?
It's empty, like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
The lieutenant notes, observing the machine. Okay, press play.
Nothing happens.
Press print.
Nothing happens.
Press play again.
Nothing happens.
Okay, so it looks like its hard drive was removed.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
Hold on, how do I know what Kadran mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
So we're dealing with something medical here.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Yeah, Farthrax, the guy who plays the narrator and the main character, I believe is a jazz musician. Let me see if I can find his name. I'm not familiar with him, but... Lenville Brown is his name. Lenval. Doesn't ring a bell to me, but... Wait, who's the game master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
Oh, okay. It was an on-air RP, it sounds like.
A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
If it's a game, then who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
Wow, another game dev allegory, huh?
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Wow. Yeah, all right. Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else? Squint at the lines.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. This old fireplace, the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic.
Oh, okay. Scribbled across a notebook, developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. That's a bold claim.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Looks like an undercover counterintelligence program.
No, that's not it. I think...
The lieutenant takes a step back, steepling his hands.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it. Make it work on radio computers.
That does seem a little more reasonable.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio.
Yeah, it does seem that way, Soki.
Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Has anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interisolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
And this was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
Isn't that always the sad fate of a good indie game? What do you think happened to the company? I mean, I'm pretty sure I know. They probably got crunched to death.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid.
Half-smile breaks out on his face. Looking around the derelict room, the pipes howl and a rat crosses the floor.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Well... skis with the slipstream printed on the laminated, with slipstream printed on the laminated top layer. What's this? Production schedule filament memory. Huh. Steel rotor blades bearing a slipstream logo. Production schedule filament memory, huh? This cube-like crisscross of filaments feels oddly fragile in your hands. Its intricate structure covered in dust. Silver tape on the side reads production schedule Note, this filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer, because of course it does. So let's try it.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Press play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter?
Ah, yes, okay.
The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1.
East Insulindian Repeater Station?
Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
That glowing thing I just put inside?
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
A password? I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Is it my birthday?
Still no.
This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up, sooner or later.
Yeah, they sure do, don't they?
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Ah, so this is basically a dev kit. You have any other information about this company?
One moment.
You hear her flip through a catalog before she reads out with studious care.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
Wow. So conceptual. And what's that, this interactive call-in radio game?
Any other questions?
The static drowns out her response. What are you, a machine, or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old, and my name is Yvonne.
Oh, cool.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
She repeats passwords. Okay, but where are you? How did you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Doesn't it get lonely?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
We are going to have to get the password out of her, I guess, huh?
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do for Tres Accident.
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a...
All right, so I would assume that the password is around here somewhere. Okay, that's probably progress. What about this? Oh! What the? Healing item and 2 real. The wind howls in from the coal chute above. What the? It's a refrigerator.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
Wow! That is not ominous at all!
The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
What is this thing? It looks like a giant ice bear. Lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door. Maybe we open it.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator.
As expected. Lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. Look inside the refrigerator.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take the note from the door.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Examine one of the ice cream wrappers.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
I bet not! What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
The lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light. So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper-carnivore?
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice.
Unfortunate doesn't even begin to describe. This thing wouldn't even be at home in a hunting lodge.
What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from the fridge.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Monotone. What do we have here? An ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. The flashlight casts a strange shadow. There is a hidden doorway here. Aha! Frozen ice cream maker that's still running. Why would it still be running? Somebody left this place in a hurry. 0.70 real. And a Nosafed? I didn't get a good look at it.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Okay, let's unplug the red one.
An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
And the black one.
Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
It's black. It's not like the red one. Lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing. Plug in the black cable?
Somewhere, a machine hums along with the current, happy and contented.
Okay. My guess is we had to leave the black one plugged in. Black is usually the hot wire. It's the one with the positive current. Take all. What the? Insane mesh tank top? Clothes. +1 drama. Clinically insane. Where did you even get that one? No, really. Who put it in that drawer? No further comments. Wear it at your own risk. Oh. Wow. Yeah, no. Huh. I did not know that, Monotone. I learned something new. Intercom wires running into the breaker box. .45 Real. A cellar window. People's feet shuffling by on the street. All right, there is a hidden door here. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Damn.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we? Look around the secret room.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
He points up at the rifles under the ceiling. Look, there's a hole behind the wall. Shine light on the hidden compartment.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Yes, let's do it.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Inspect the rifles.
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
Ooh.
Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
This one looks nice.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Damn. What does this mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
If only we could get it working.
He likes this find.
Yeah, he does. I do too. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling. And still examine this.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall.
Seems like an old bunker from... It means there are five...
He likes this.
Okay, that's it. Alright, let's see. Whoops. Well, I guess we might as well save. Antique Bell McGrave rifle. Price $390? Broken Bell McGrave from ages past. 4-shot bolt-action military rifle with a wooden frame. I wonder if we could restore this somehow. Because the shot-put ball is worth more, somehow. Well, I mean, Echo Drop, we are the police, so if we can manage to get it working again, there's no reason we shouldn't be carrying it around. What's up here? Back outside, huh? Oh! That puts us here. No, I don't think so, Monotone, because we would have been carrying a police-issue revolver. There might be a little bit of animation on the loading screen, Echo Drop. It's possible.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge, slowly melting. The power...
Okay. Ah! The wall collapsed. It's inaccessible now. Great.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, what is this thing? Is it a furnace?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
He opens the door and gingerly peeks inside.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice, or several voices, talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
The lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway inside the furnace. Not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? We should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Those voices I heard... No, it's... Yell hello into the furnace. Maybe it's the malignant entity. Playson said it lives in the chimney.
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But malignant entities don't exist. At least not the supernatural kind.
That's not what I'm worried about here, Kim.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Kick it with your foot.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Oh. Yeah, we're not... we're not doing that. Wait, what? Which one of these save games? Oh, okay. I saved over the autosave. Yeah, okay. I didn't know that you could save over the autosave, but then again...
A few bricks have fallen off.
Okay.
Only the black cable is plugged into the breaker box, while the red one lies neglected. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a... thick layer of coal dust.
Looks like it. No one has used it in ages.
It's dark.
What are you doing? Wait, really? You should investigate. See, you're right.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man.
Smear your hands with coal.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient.
Cool.
You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
No, let's not express ourselves. Let's just wipe our hands clean on our pants.
Yes, how grown up. The furnace agrees.
Oh, and that auto saves us. All right, which means we need to... probably continue going upstairs. No, Soki, we don't need any more scandals with the police. This protagonist is already a walking embarrassment to the department as it is. Huh?
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here.
I don't get it.
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
The question is, which did they start with and which did they pivot to?
That's a good question.
What a strange leap of imagination, and yet they still failed. How sad.
Reality is ruthless.
Tell me about it. All right, in that case, I guess we're going upstairs.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney.
Aha!
This must be where the entity lives. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here.
All right, in that case, we'll be back. This. Postcard La Delta 51. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. Yeah, somebody definitely lives here.
As before, An iron safety curtain curves before you. This is directly above. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens.
Knock on it harder.
Still nothing. No one's home.
Knock even harder.
Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we can try yelling into the furnace downstairs?
I have to try to remember that doing anything that's physically strenuous damages your body in this game.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Oh, you know what, Soki? You're absolutely right. And, yeah, Farthrax, I did mean to take a look at the postcard. Delta 51. Sunlight has made this postcard almost completely sepia-toned. Midtown traffic passes. Overhead, the ghosts of skyscrapers disappear into a beige midday mist, vapor rising from the delta on which the district was built. The postcard is prepaid. Not quite as easily as it does here, Zdeadpan. This guy is a little bit more fragile. Also, I just realized I had the pry bar equipped and I was not given an option to pry the
A thick layer of
shutter
coal
open.
dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. You muster all your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you.
Yeah, no kidding.
The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
Okay. Let's load that more recent autosave then. Maybe, Deadpan. I don't know if increasing your physical stats makes you less susceptible to damage. I think you can increase your endurance to get more health, but...
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. You muster all your...
Nope. It's gonna be another load, I guess.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. Color, you muster all...
Man, for a 42% chance... Hello, Malkavia, welcome! Yeah, me either, Deadpan. I'm learning as I go. They don't really teach you an awful lot, they just sort of throw you in.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then...
Hello, you hear a woman's voice answer.
You've awakened the entity.
Hello, are you there? Speak to me. Hello, did you say anything? There's a pause. I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
There we go. We didn't even have to kill anyone. Better than nothing, Malkavia. Good to see you. How are you doing? 12-hour shift. Yeah, that's a lot. I'm sorry to hear that you got stuck on a 12-hour shift, but hey, you're welcome to hang out here. All right. What the? This tray is full of dice. Colorful polyhedral dice. 100. Oh, it's somebody still working on the game. I know what a polyhedral die is. The candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice. Yeah, okay. I see what's going on here. Yeah, Malkavia, I'm right there with you. I know the feeling all too well.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Novelty dice maker. A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
She taps on her headphones.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Hold on, what do you mean by milieux?
Yes, a milieu is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
She puts the headphones on the table.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Huh. Ah, very good, Monotone. What did you end up going with here? Are those onions? Or potatoes with the octopus? I don't even remember what recipe I gave you, actually, Monotone. It was a whole several days ago.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Sure, I like role-playing games and I need some dice.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there is any particular stone you want to use.
The walls around her are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites.
Oh, okay, Monotone. Excellent.
No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Cobalt? I didn't even know you could make dice out of cobalt. Cobalt is a salt. It seems like it would be really fragile and break easily. You like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Yeah, just ask the furry community. Those suits go for a pretty penny, I hear.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirligig in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here.
Oh, come on, Inland Empire. Exactly 0, Echo Drop.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, Detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
Liquid cobalt is a catalyst for a resin, Malkavia, sure. But we're talking making a dye out of cobalt. And since they didn't specify otherwise, I presume they meant pure cobalt. I mean, I don't doubt that you can use cobalt for the blue color that it provides if you mix it in with an alloy or something, but... What do you mean by the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
He stops to try to come up with an example.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
Okay, so we do now at least have 2 likely groups of culprits.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Never took your eyes off the work to look out the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
You know, I must be thinking of the cobalt salts that are burned in fireworks for the blue color of the flame that they produce, Mel. I'm really rusty on my periodic table. It's been ages since I ever even had to think about it. You often work Sunday nights.
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
All right, well...
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
She looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
And where were the other voices coming from? Somebody was clearly talking up here. Hey, Ixa, good to see you. Oh, Ultima, great, thanks. Ixa, I'm still forming opinions about it. I haven't been playing it long enough, really, to figure out what I think about it yet.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
The lieutenant looks around the spacious room, its ceiling fading into shadows above. I've heard this place is cursed. Did you know that the people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers, and she has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Wait, the whirling is part of the doomed commercial area? Well, actually, it's not doing well either. Its waitress just took off and customers have trouble paying bills.
And then there is me.
She sighs, looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered, from knives to carving files to wire cutters. Bob, it's a non-issue to me. It's not something I think about. It's just natural that because this is day one for a release of a game that already has a very good reputation on platforms that it has previously not been released on, everybody is going to be playing it. So it's just natural that, you know, there'll be small channels and big channels both. Any other broadcaster, Bob, you probably could have expected a snide and maybe a cutting response. But I sense that you're asking an honest question, and in my view, an honest question deserves an honest answer. So, no, it doesn't, it's not even something that occurred to me to think about. It never crossed my mind until you brought it up just now.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
I'll be the first to admit that there are many inconsistencies in this so-called curse.
I was just about to ask, what do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
Oh, why, Bob? Was I mistaken? Were you actually trolling? Well, even if you were, in my experience, one of the best ways to shut down trolling is just to give an honest answer. I find you tend not to really be able to go wrong that way, because if it was an honest question, then you've answered it, and if it was a troll, then it wasn't the response they were probably expecting, so... What can I say? Nah, Bob, I'm not the sort of person who takes offense to every little thing that has a slight chance of possibly seeming like it might be meant as a dig. Ah! Bob, relax. Relax. I have no interest in shitting on anybody. I try, Farthrax. That's also true, Soki. Yeah, I mean, Pat and Wooly, for that matter, as well, they have an enormous prior community. So, small wonder that even if a fraction of that community found its way over to Twitch to follow them, that they'd still get thousands of viewers. Actually, Bob, I'm going to do another thing you're not expecting. Take this. Oh, Echo Drop, you shush. Bob, that is a hard counter. Wooly would be proud. For that matter, so would Reggie. Anyway.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I'm starting to see that there is no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring.
Not channel points, unfortunately. No, Bob. Channel points are non-monetary. They, unfortunately, cannot be exchanged for subs. Abuera, hello! Thank you for stopping in to say hi. It's good to see you. How are you holding up? Yeah, it's unfortunate for people like me, Bob.
But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
Shivers legendary. Why hasn't her business failed? Oh, God. Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Yeah.
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Like everybody. There used to be a hair salon here, right? Hey, Magnus, good to see you.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
Yeah, no wonder that place failed. This doesn't exactly seem like a very metrosexual city.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess I'm a simple man. I don't really have any opinions on hairstyles. I mean, I don't. So far, so good, Magnus. It's been a little bit weird, and it's had quite a few surprises and curveballs to throw at us.
Me neither. I just want it off my face.
Yeah, I agree with this lady. She has the right of it here, I think. What about the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym. It was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
And who was Artemitep?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Well, that sounds noble. I guess the project didn't really pan out, though.
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
Wow!
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Well, that's ironic. And really sad. So this place was intended to help at-risk youth, but all it ended up doing was attracting criminals. Yeesh. What? Bob! Bob, what are you doing? You didn't need to do that. Bob, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs to Zonamp, Zadedpan, Zuratix, Zaza. Oh, it's only going for the people whose usernames start with Z, it looks like. Oh, nope. Harunoaki, Jiggy Snipe, I001, Tamike, Sei, and Sir Donko. I really like the username Sir Donko. Thank you so much, Bob. You really didn't have to do that. I guess that's a pretty hard counter to a hard counter. Thank you so much for the support, Bob. I really, really appreciate that. You didn't need to do it, but thank you for helping keep the Ragtime Lounge in business and helping feed a hungry spy. I suppose I did, Soki. And here I felt really slick. What's up with all the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right?
Oh, okay. I already can see what happened here. I bet they were running quite a racket, breaking everyone's windows and then offering repairs.
Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias. Who would have guessed?
That is not where I saw this going! This is not what I would have expected!
What's the snuff milieu?
You don't want to know, Encyclopedia.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Echo Drop, you know what a snuff film is? Imagine a radio program of that. Shame about those windows. I'm not even going to ask about that milieu.
Yeah, don't.
She looks down and then up again. Someone here makes stuffed animals? I saw mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
Oh, okay. Well, that answers that. Next.
Anything else?
Oh, wow. It really... we really do just... we just go to the next one. I found some creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Get out, Echo Drop. Also, insect rights activist? What in the name of...
The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
Yes, and it's a perfectly normal process. Carmine dye comes from insects.
And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket.
Ah! So basically PETA for insects killed their business. Jesus Christ, Decoy, I'll pass, thanks. Echo Drop, that I at least could have given you.
And, naturally, All the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in Kyton from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
But insects don't have any brains or I mean, they do have brains, but there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that they have any sort of consciousness or feelings.
Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
Typical.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Well, good. I'm glad we agree on that.
Anything else?
What's with the rotor blades and the skis? Shed some light on that for me.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
So now we know the mystery is solved.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
What do they say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Her smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
The lieutenant is stern. And he's right!
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
I guess not.
They were just props. Why return them?
Echo Drop, as for Hojicha ice cream recipes, I did not see you request that. Rare and endangered ones, sure, Decoy, yes. Mosquitoes? Mosquitoes can burn in hell. I might have missed it, Echo Drop, if you requested a sweetbread recipes, Bob. Yes, give me a moment. Right, Echo Drop, I know you were mostly probably kidding, but let me see. Here we go. There's that. Yeah, you're not getting out of it now, Echo Drop. It's too late. Actually, there really isn't an awful lot on this. It exists, but it's fairly difficult to find. Oh, here's a good one. I'll give you a recipe for Fujicha ice cream with kinako. Oh, wait, no, this isn't a recipe. This is... okay. Well, I'll link it for you anyway. This is apparently a blog... Okay, well, that doesn't help. Give you this one. Yeah, Echo Drop? Well, maybe you could try making it yourself. And yeah, Decoy, as long as they're self-contained, though, right? As long as they can be kept in an area where they don't spread and make people miserable. Now, Bob, when you ask for sweetbread recipes, are you asking for recipes for making sweetbread? Or recipes in which to use sweetbread? Because sweetbreads by themselves are usually just used in things like sandwiches or deli preparations. You do occasionally see them in like stuffed breads, like actual stuffed breads or tacos. Oh, you're looking for Italian recipes you're unfamiliar with. Well, Bob, if that's the case, it would be easier just to link you to a couple of YouTube channels. Hang on a minute. Here. First, go check this guy out. Okay, Deadpan, have a good one. Take care. Thank you for joining us. And actually, Bob, I probably should ask while we're at it, which sweetbread are you talking about? Are you talking about the cake or pastry type of sweetbread? Or are you talking about the horrendously ill-named meat product that is called sweetbread? The ill-named meat product, okay. In that case, I do have a couple of specific recipes that I can offer you. Alright, also... here is another channel similar to Orsara Recipes that is run by an Italian grandmother. You should go check this one out too. And let me get you one more. Here we go. So, this is a really fun one, Bob. This channel is called Pasta Grannies, and it's a series that they do where they go around and they interview different Italian grandmas and ask them about their recipes. So this has recipes from dozens upon dozens of Italian grandmas. Some of them are super traditional, some of them are more original. There we go. So, yeah, it is a very strong one, but go look at it. You'll see why. It deserves it. And I think that ought to hold you for Italian recipes you're not familiar with. I'm sure you'll find something somewhere in there that you've never seen before. And that's why this channel has a cooking tag no matter what I'm streaming. I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up her face.
She liked them.
Yeah, I can tell. I bet they were her best customers.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
No worries, Bob. I'm always happy to help. I really enjoy cooking. It is something that I'm passionate about, beyond just video games. So, if I can ever provide any perspective or information that might be useful, you're always welcome to throw a recipe request in chat.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
Yeah, I did sort of gather that. What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
Yeah, the usual, huh? What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains on a cigarette break.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Ah.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on.
Well, like anything else, there's certainly a grain of truth to that.
In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
Well, thank goodness companies like Yacht Club exist. Never mind companies like ZA/UM, or however you pronounce it, the company that developed this.
She's right. Showing up to work on time is important.
That's too bad. I would have supported him. The project looked great.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
He tosses a pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else?
There was a terrifying taxidermized bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees like a stand-up comedian ready to tell a story. Oh, this is gonna be good. What happened to these guys? And why the hell did they leave the electricity on? They must have dashed out in some hell of a hurry.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Oh god, it gets worse.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
Alright, what were the other ideas? I'm morbidly curious.
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
Oh! I admit, expecting something very different, but then I'm beginning to realize that this game likes to subvert expectations.
And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
She leans back, disapproving. Did they expect 20 cents per hour as dog's pay? I'm surprised they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand.
Ah!
And they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs into her temples like trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work out.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
I don't know. I mean, it seemed to be pretty functional when we found it still plugged in and running.
Eventually, Ravishore Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Ah, that is a somewhat better proposition. Yeah, nod solemnly. It's the market doing its job.
Maybe. Because the taxidermist who made the bear definitely wasn't. Doing his job, I mean.
Oh, that's the guy who was schnoofing drugs, huh?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Oh, he wasn't schnoofing regular drugs. He was schnoofing taxidermy chemicals. Jesus, no wonder he's gone. He's at least probably well preserved, though.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
What is a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life. By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Okay. Alright, well, at least he knew what his priorities were. The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited, but it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around. Oh, the necktie wants me to schnoof drugs. Well, Decoy, beyond a certain point, you can just chalk it up to natural selection, really. I don't schnoof drugs.
Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all.
Anymore.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
She seems almost sad finishing the story. Some dust beams swirl in the afternoon air. Her eyes follow it idly.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
Yeah, I would not expect that a doorbell would connect to the inside of the chimney.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Ah, so you're telling me that the doorbell with the empty name card was yours?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
So I was wondering about the, Whirling in Rags. Is it part of the same building complex?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Alright, I saw a name East Delta Pinball on the doorbell.
Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Oh, well, I don't know. Back when I was a kid in the United States, pinball arcades were all the rage. Which just dates me, I'm realizing.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Wow! The hate for pinball.
His disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
No kidding. So a strange thing happened to me when I tried calling Slipstream. Somebody answered.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
She said she was from Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics?
There is a moment before she recognizes the name.
It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
Wait, what? 100 years ago? Oh, no, Bob. First of all, I can't focus on doing more than one thing at a time. I've got my own stream to worry about right now. Second, poor Paige. She doesn't need that.
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
No, it was something else. Something eerie.
Pranks can be eerie.
It looks as if she's still convinced it's nothing to be worried about.
Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
Man, I'm a little bit worried that I kind of relate to this comment. I have a few more actually, hang on.
It can't be true. Are you sure it was Slipstream
It wasn't
SEA?
Plaisance. I know her and I would have recognized her.
Oh, right. But did this person say anything? Tricentennial Electric? It used to be a major...
No.
Oh, okay.
It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
Yeah, maybe some sort of rare electrical anomaly.
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
Bob, I'm sure there's someone else who'd be willing to capitalize on it. Pat, for example. I have a few more questions about the building.
I'm listening.
Questions about the intercom?
I'm pretty sure.
Wait, okay.
Sure, I'm listening.
Other
Good.
questions.
I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Leave. Oh, good. Autosave. I was just about to do that manually anyway, but... we'll just overwrite that. Alright, in that case... I am morbidly curious...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
Ah! Alright, well, hang on. No, Farthrax, that would be terrible. We finally met someone who doesn't think we're a complete lunatic. We do not need to mess that up. What we can do, however, is I believe we've got a level up. Where are Shivers? Physique. Raises the hair on your neck into the city. No. City lovers, the wisest of the streetwise, the genuinely supernatural. Shivers come when the temperature drops and you become more keenly aware of your surroundings. It enables you to hear the city itself, to truly belong to the streets. There's a supernatural ability. Old wrongs play out in the present time. Across the city happen in front of you. But who is speaking to you? At high level, shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world. As you listen to the city, you don't listen to others. Shivers may begin to worry. With low shivers, though, you will seldom hear the city speaking to you, and if you cannot hear it, how can you ever save it? Okay. Hang on. So, what does that do for our success chance?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Ah, it raises it by 5%. Alright, how do we... Oh, okay, when you're in the menu after leveling up, you can revert it, but you can... I see. Okay.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You feel nothing.
Nope. This I am curious to save Scum, although it's unfortunate that the loading screens here seem to reflect PS4 load times rather than PS5.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a...
You feel nothing.
Because I feel like this might actually be somewhat important. Yeah, because I had no choice, Decoy. This at least... I mean, an 8% chance, all things considered, I will take.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Hey, Neha, the curse is real, and I figured out why it has spared you. Yeah, see, we lucked out there.
Didn't we already talk about this?
He asks as the wind continues to seep in through the cracks in the old chimney. It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the doomed commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guérin 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
No, this used to be a coal plant. Touch the safety curtain. You're in a chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense.
He looks around the makeshift nest that she has carved out for herself, bewildered.
Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
Has a different address in the heart of the city.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
It's actually only a workshop that's protected. You should still do something to defend your person. What?
Do you know what this is?
She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. It looks like a regular piece of jewelry to me.
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents.
Ah, it did fail.
I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed.
Yeah, not if you're doing it wrong from the start, no.
And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Don't call it a dump. You've made it nice and cozy here.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely different world.
Lol, kind of like a metaphor for the way this game's skill checks work.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Okay. That's it then.
Oh, it's you again.
Alright, Hey, Kim. Damn it, Kim. Nothing, huh?
What do you want to know? Good.
Alright, in that case, I guess we're done. Let's go report back and maybe scrape together a little bit of a reward for all this. What do you mean I still have the password, Decoy? No, I don't. We never got the password. I don't think. Unless there's some hint in what we've learned. But I don't think there is.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The speaker comes to life.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident. Please repeat. Good. Please repeat the password.
No, we don't have it.
Received.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up.
Fortress accident. Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are...
Decoy, that was a postcard. It has nothing to do with the password. What we got was this. It looks like it's just something to sell. Because it has a monetary value, and if it were a key item, like something with a password written on it, I'm certain they would not be allowing us to sell it. Yeah, right, Farthrax. I am not save scumming that. All right. Well,
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus?
the dark sarcophagus.
Yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
Honestly, a dump. Nothing to see there, just heaps of garbage. Well, actually, no. No, this woman needs a lesson in reality. We should not feed into her Karen-ness. Yeah, Decoy, King's Quest I feel like is a totally different thing.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
Yes, I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself. It does need tearing down.
Yes, it damn well Thank you. I'm glad there's an option for this.
Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
She says there is no curse because there are too many inconsistencies.
Too many inconsistencies? What kind of talk is that?
Good luck persuading her. Some people can rationalize anything.
First, you're one of those inconsistencies.
I am not doing as well as it looks like I am. I only have my Simone's wards to thank for the protection they provide.
She's a novelty dice maker. Her business has been up and running for a long time now.
Yes, because her business consists of the psychic leech that's been feeding the curse.
Red blotches appear on her skin.
I see that you've fallen for her manipulation, Detective. The investigation is over. I just hope that you haven't made anything worse by going in there. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Yeah, this is one of those people who just cannot be reached by reason.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
Rhetoric is correct here.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, ma'am. Can we go now?
But we did get another level up out of it. Might be better to try and shore up some of our shortcomings. Perception. Yeah, I think perception. Yeah, this is fine. Hey, Prof, welcome! Skill points can also buy new thought cabinet slots. Or forget old thoughts. Actually, yeah, what's with that? Oh, okay, we need the, thought cabinet. What? Yam le million. Lonesome long way home. What the? Happened to him with his... Whoa. Temporary research bonus. All red checks fail. In 4 hours? What? Point of this game is victory. Absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertakings. Victory in love over other people. Political victory, ideological victory, hell, even sexual victory. Definitely a lot of object-based victories too, having things and not losing them. One problem though, not a lot of victories in sight. Everyone's mostly losing. Why is that? And how do you not lose? Hell is a research bonus. One logic. No, -1 logic. Pictured memory returns. What even is this? Oh, decoy, so you mean basically just equip this, and then it's passively gaining experience over time? Is that what you're telling me? So I don't have to do anything other than have it equipped? Well enough, thank you, Prof. How about yourself? How are you doing? Yeah, I didn't see the tutorial message about it earlier, Decoy. One encyclopedia. For self-critique. One sorry piece of shit. A cop, penitent, a flagellant cop monk. This is not the right line of work for you. You should be groveling at the feet of a feudal lord, providing lurid evidence against yourself at a Zovian show trial, or ripping the flesh from your back with a cat of 9 tails. Whatever made you this way, you can be damn sure it was your own fault. Do it, really criticize yourself. Who knows? You might uncover something of importance from your guilt-ridden past. Huh.
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Found any curses yet?
I found a way into the Doom commercial area.
Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid. Hello again, sir.
So, I'm a little bit conflicted because it seems like the right answer is to lie to Karen. I mean, we already lied to get her to let us in there. I am a little bit worried. Oh, wait a minute. This was before we passed that skill check, wasn't it? Well...
Oh, it's you again.
Tell me it's not
Are you
accurate,
looking for a
Farthrax.
You feel no.
Her name is Karen from now on. That's just what we're going with.
Oh, it's you again. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Do you... Tell me about your most extraordinary die.
A star that fell from the firmament? Those cost more than 7 real. Are you sure?
Superstar and superstars don't care about oh god, no.
Alright, maybe some other die then. No need to rush. Take a look around, see...
Do you know, this girl's voice... It sounds familiar somehow. I wonder if this is Iveta Muratasilova. It sounds vaguely like her.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a...
You feel...
Apparently not, Decoy. I thought there was an autosave, but I guess there wasn't.
It's you again. Are you looking...
You feel...
So we basically need to roll a 6 on that die. Or rather on both dice.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a...
You feel nothing.
6. Rats. Oh, hey, Bone Score, welcome! Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for...
You feel nothing.
4.
If anything.
Yikes. Yeah, Decoy, I might have mixed that up for after we finished the dialogue with her. I thought for some reason there was an autosave after we completed... the...
Oh, it's you again.
The check.
You feel nothing.
I'm alright, thanks, Bone Score. How about yourself? Hello, Regita. Good to see you.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking?
You feel nothing.
Did we... Do we need to relearn the Shivers bonus? Because... Okay, no, we've already got it.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
You feel nothing.
8%. Man, I can't believe I got it last time and I boned it out. That sucks. Bone Score, it is a very interesting game.
Oh,
it has a very different
you feel
sort of gameplay.
If anything.
It's almost a point-and-click type game, but not quite. I mean, I think it is a point-and-click game on PC, but on console, technically, you move with the left stick, and your right stick controls what you're highlighting.
Oh, it's you
Which is more than a little bit awkward.
You feel nothing.
But if you're the kind of person who enjoys games with a really involved story and lots of explanation and lots of lore and an unbelievable amount of replayability...
Are you looking for...
You feel nothing.
Snake Eye is great. Then this will probably scratch your itch. Especially if you're used to D&D. Especially if you're used to skill checks with dice rolls.
Oh, it's you again. Are you...
You feel nothing. If anything.
Is there such a thing as a critical fail decoy? Really? I didn't look closely at it.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Always loses versus always wins. Okay, I guess there is a critical fail. That must be it.
You feel nothing.
Gotcha, Farthrax. So you can still get a really, really unlucky roll, huh?
Oh, it's you again.
You feel nothing.
So it looks like I absolutely need the double 6 here. Yeah, I gather that, Decoy.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a...
You feel nothing.
Blah. This is a white check. Theoretically, we could come back later. But I don't know if the dialogue option will still be here later.
Oh, it's you again. Are you...
You feel nothing.
It says an 8% chance, but...
Oh, it's you again.
A gust
There
of
we
cold
go.
air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated.
This is still
For
just
a
a
moment,
theory.
it almost feels as though you're...
Didn't we already talk about this?
Because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the Doom commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly...
No. The old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
Just using logic, it's windy in here. You probably haven't even properly sealed the chimney crown. Huh.
You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone.
Oh, please be careful.
Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
No one's ever really safe from the failure. What?
Do you know what this is?
Oh, it's the same result either way. Chopin, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back, Chopin. It's great to see you. Yeah, Echo Drop, it looks like no matter which route you go with this dialogue, you get the same responses from her. Looks like a regular piece of jewelry.
It's a mourning ring.
Right,
I
okay.
drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you... It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world you were supposed... And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Don't call it a dump. You've made it nice and cozy.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. It's like every time you cast... But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
5 experience. Okay, well now we are bloody well gonna save. A new feat for what, Decoy? Encyclopedia. This one. Oh, okay, Decoy. I see. Actually, did we also have to redo the perception check in here? Yes, we did.
Looks like someone tried to... Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream. That's a good question.
We do know for sure now.
Not quite. You do know that there's something unusual about this company's business model.
Well, yes, that much is true, I suppose. But we've already learned what it was. Oh, Farthrax, I am not save-scumming the stupid dumbbell. What even is our chance? I think it's like 3%.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor.
Oh, 8%.
Like a dog for its master.
You know what, Farthrax? Just to spite you, I am gonna save-scum the dumbbell, because you asked for it.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Yup, okay.
You managed to hoist it off the ground.
Yeah, 8%. Farthrax, you wanted it, you're gonna get it. Let it not be said that I don't deliver. Eventually. That's why they call me the mailman. Wait, why is there an autosave here?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
No, Decoy, but that's the point, is they call me the mailman because I deliver eventually. Never mind.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
You shush, Decoy. The unfortunate thing is we have to go through this little cutscene.
You manage to
Oh, I'm not, Echo Drop. You just pick these things up when you work on the internet.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. You manage to...
But if passing that other check got us a thought, which potentially provides a bonus...
The
then
barbell
this one
waits
probably will
patiently
too.
on the floor, like a dog for its master. You...
We're doing it, Farthrax. We're save scumming this. Just for you. Echo Drop, I don't want to know what sorts of
The
Amazon
barbell
drivers you
waits
have
patiently on the floor,
where you live.
like a dog for its master. You ma...
No, Echo Drop, I didn't, but I'm now really, really curious. Do I want to know?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor,
yes,
like a dog for its master. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game.
Say nothing, revel in the feeling.
A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to.
Huh. Wow.
Hey, but you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this? What if they know you're here?
Yeah, Decoy, I know about the way that they're treated in the warehouses, which is unforgivable. It's absolutely ridiculous. Hopefully, this will result in a policy change. Let's see, Echo Drop. Huh. Wow, yikes. I love how at the end they say the health and safety of all Amazon DAs and Amazon associates will always be our top priority, which is a blatant lie considering how they're treating these people resulting in them having to resort to this in the first place. Hello, Heron, welcome! Oh yeah, the bot farms, Decoy. Alright.
Good technique.
The lieutenant nods with approval. Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter? No, okay, we've already done this. And we are bloody well gonna save again. Alright. And actually, we should save before we talk to her. Shush, Decoy, we'll get to it. Optional content first.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now.
No problem,
What's in
Farthrax.
there? Yes, yes.
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
It was a charnel house of failed business enterprises leeching energy from this bookstore.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity?
Yes, she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
No, ma'am, I have felt her aura. She is not the one to blame for this curse. You stupid Karen.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
No problem, Farthrax.
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
There is another entity more malignant pulling the strings in Martinez. Perhaps in my travels I will cross paths with it.
A third order presence, yes.
She lets go of the pendant.
A great, dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in public.
The gesture is for you to be silent.
I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
She performs an X-shaped cross on her chest.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues. In other waters. Darker waters.
Okay, Chopin, have a good one. Take care. Heron, they're all in the protagonist's voice. I don't think you can blame the ice cream bear, Decoy.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
So, it looks like we still got the same things. No, Decoy, the taxidermy... Well, actually, I am curious. No, but the taxidermy wasn't the polar bear. The polar bear was the ice cream shop. I don't know, Decoy. If we could deflect this woman's ignorance and stupidity onto the taxidermist shop, who is clearly gone.
You're alive and well. Yes, yes.
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
She's a businesswoman.
I don't understand. If it's not her...
The narrative she's... Just don't to hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
The source is the taxidermist shop. He became involved in arts darker than taxidermy and brought the void spirits down upon this place.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse?
Oh, okay. I called upon the spirit of Julien Le Millon to banish the curse in a flash of disco brilliance. I despooked it. The curse is definitely gone. Yes, I performed the ancient Seminese dispelling rites. The commercial area is doomed no more.
Of course. I trust my Seminese wards and charms kept you safe while you perform the ancient rites.
He looks at you with sudden admiration.
All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course. But still. Thank you, officer. Truly. You've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
She so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything.
Except that she wouldn't have. She would have believed anything but the truth.
It will only last a day or two, a week tops. Then her mood will sour and she will feel the curse again.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our ordinary lives?
Maybe. If the life of this protagonist could be even remotely considered ordinary, I plan to, Decoy. But it's not like the battery's gonna run out. This is a hand crank flashlight. It was made very clear that it will not run out of batteries. Okay, I guess we'll just dual wield these for now then.
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid.
Well, I think we accomplished at least that. It takes willpower to even read the author's name. Jan Kaus from Iguania. Or Jan Kaus. Alright, well, I think we're done there at the very least. To Roundabout North. To Cape Side Apartments, Martinez Pier. The ad reads, broken window, Tibbs has windows. You had a bag in your hand, perhaps you could collect these bottles and sell them. Oh, okay. So we're resorting literally to doing a Yakuza and collecting bottles. A lonely cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. It might have been decoy. What did you do to convince her? Threaten her? Belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted. Oh, alright. What? No message. Hey? Huh? Signal blue navy coat, huh? Ah. This classic double-breasted coat suits everyone, including you. If you ever find yourself battling winds at the helm of a ship, then the coat's heavy fabric has got your back, even if moths have left a few holes in it. Suggestion, aye, Captain. Minus half-light, officerial poise. Okay, well, I wonder if there's a uniform for this. Really, decoy? Fascinating. Apeside Apartments. Rue de Saint-Hyacinthe, roundabout north. Inside, the frame of a motorcycle in repair and the tools used to disassemble it.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Knock.
The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response.
Knock again.
The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Oh, she looks like she has a rifle. Hold on, who am I speaking to?
It don't matter who I am. Now, go on, get out of here.
This is the police, open the door.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Kim, tell her we're the real policemen.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside.
Okay, well, there's a back door, clearly. Looks like there was more construction here once, decades ago. Docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Hyacinthe. 33A. Oh, magnesium. Your room in the Whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in all your life. Yeah. Great. Joyce Messier, a striking woman, leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied about her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
She is also highly suspect because she has her sails raised while in port. They should be reefed.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk? She hasn't actually said it to every drunk in town. It was spoken in jest.
Yes, of course. Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
Plenty, Farthrax.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Wow.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. The lieutenant is hatching some scheme.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Very well.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of people on boats, are there? Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
What? Oh yeah, right, of course, the bee's knees.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Not a lot of people on boats.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
We're on an archipelago. Oh, yeah. I hate both of these answers.
I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not?
Okay. Still, I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the Greater Ravachol Industrial Harbor. It's not a toy.
Not only that, humbled Heron, but if there is a gust of wind and your vessel is a sailing vessel, then when you're tied off at the quay, the wind can drag your vessel away from the quay and potentially tear cleats off the dock and cause all sorts of other damage. So you're a fool not to reef your sails if you own a sailing vessel and you're docked somewhere.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Why?
Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down.
It'll come off like I'm envious. Why am I even thinking about this? I have police work to do.
Have it your way.
You have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles.
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good.
Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
Airships?
And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Huh. Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Who are the other Indo-tribes? San Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as the Brightest Star. You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
Does not register the real meaning of the remark. How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Oh, okay, Heron, I see. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. I mean, you'd think a boat owner would know better. Or they'd have a little consideration, but then... You'd think your neighbors on land would have a little consideration now and again, and... suppose that's not always the case either. It certainly isn't with mine. That's it. I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time.
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions.
A wave hits the sloop. She grasps the mainstay for balance.
Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
I suppose it helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
And what does such a huge system want with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of the cargo in all the world. That's quite the endeavor indeed.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Right.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
Yeah, what is your role in this exactly?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the Union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The Union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Tell us more about this behemoth.
What can I say? The Union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Uh-huh.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Yeah, I gathered as much. What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
What?
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
That does sound like... Every worker a member of the board, huh? I mean, in a perfect world, sure, but... I feel like as long as they're earning a living wage and not a starvation wage, and as long as they have proper medical benefits and, you know, things that every basic human being should have and has a right to, then, yeah. Over-aggressive commie posturing, I guess.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board.
Most of them probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
That is a recipe for deadlock.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Ah, not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
What about the Union boss, this Mr. Clare?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Somehow, I'm a little bit skeptical about that claim.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Is he that bad?
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of him? No, that's not how twins work.
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Ah.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
Okay, well, no wonder the workers are pissed. What about the Union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act. But they did it. I can respect that.
No, Echo Drop. Twins share the same DNA, but they're not the same person. They're different people. They have different minds and different life experiences and different consciousnesses. It's not like they're telepathically linked. It's not like they share a hive mind.
Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say...
single-party state?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Ah.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
Yeah. They sure as hell aren't effective if their leaders are embezzling all their funds. Yeah, it's a giant leaf sucking the life out of Revachol.
Indeed. And a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
One more thing. You said something happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie. Yeah, some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
All right. Okay, Heron, have a good one. Take care. Go enjoy your tea, and we'll catch you next time.
Of course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
He falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Secret task complete, huh? Great.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57.
I don't have my badge.
And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. Yes.
I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please.
Oh, good. Both of these answers are terrible.
Oh, dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond.
Oh, good. Well, we at least put her on the back foot.
I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Feelings will guide the way.
Oh, come on. No. That was a 72% chance of success. Madam, I need to know about this lynching. It's very important to me. It's the case I'm solving.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
Like a side case for me, this is my main you have so much else. I have only this. This is the entirety of my existence. Silent, the wind is flapping the sail above her. This boat, for example, in a home somewhere. I have only this case.
Officer.
Carbon fiber hull creaks. Don't remember anything. Now I have to go through this whole series of drivel? I don't remember anything except this lynching. There is only this coast and this lynching.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like what?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us a moment, madam.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
Yes, I've noticed. How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, so we're henchmen now?
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Okay, I'm sorry for putting us in this situation. I'll handle it.
I'm sure you will, Detective.
All right, hang on. So... Okay, I see. Parthrax, that is true. So maybe we go find the badge before we talk to her, then. All right. Hello. I probably should just get into the habit of saving before I talk to anybody.
But what else did you find? A novelty dice maker? I don't understand.
The narratives. Just don't say you don't have. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Oh, how? Tell me. Did you find a way? Of course. All that matters is that... Thank you, officer.
She's so bad, it will...
All right.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to just... Yes, the Simonees are very crafty, and their wards are extremely powerful.
That's done. Yeah, I guess so, Decoy. I'm gonna have to get back into the habit of 1992. Need to do something behind Kitsuragi's back, sneak out after he's gone to sleep? Wow, okay.
Hello, sir. Oh, that's great. I hope exciting.
Alright, actually, it occurs to me I probably also should go give the...
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Vandalism.
Probably some kids.
Lieutenant inspects the rigged slot. Poor little viewer, look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onug, written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
Kuno, huh?
That's Kuno on the lens.
Shift your focus to the background.
Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower.
That's the plan, Farthrax.
You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo. The central symbol of the Pericarnassian church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Well, I'm sure it is.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
What is a tourist attraction doing here?
There was a revitalization project in '49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
No kidding.
They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Everard Clare, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Can't we do something about it?
We should have done something about the union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Great. Well, I guess we'll leave. What I would like to do, though, is grab that coat. There's a girl up there. Did she spill the paint? Oh, that's why I couldn't see it. We had to walk so far down that it was off screen. Man, this cop looks like such a hobo. Alright, what's going on down here? You hear the distant squall of seabirds. Gotta mouth your watch around here, boy. Hiccup. Yellow plastic bag. Cool. That means I can pick up bottles. Splatter of bullet holes lines the wall.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Look closer first.
The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Kim, look, bullet holes.
Where?
Point to the chips in the wall. Someone's been shot. We're cops. We should solve it.
There? Those are old.
What do you mean, old?
These bullets were fired during the Revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant investigation.
Oh, okay. What can you tell me about La Révolution?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Alright. In that case... let us see if we can go replace the shot put ball that we sort of ruined. Yeah, Bone, you can. It's L2 and R2 on the controller. Been banged up, inoperable.
We are still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
I found you a new one.
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now, no need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
Exactly, and I really did try.
Trying is worth as much as is accomplished. In this case, almost nothing. Fine. You tried to right a wrong. It's still a gram better than actual nothing.
Do you know anything? Oh, we already asked. You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Was there an earthquake here?
No. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Oh. Wow, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery fire against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds, squeezing a bowl into his fist.
Should have fought dirty. like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Wow! Yeah, that is classic Total... That's not even classic Total War. That is an extreme form of Total War.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why shell them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
Beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Nod thoughtfully and turn to look northeast.
This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
That why everything is so bombed out.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There is a strange gleam in his eyes.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the Coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Ah, rhetoric. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. It does seem that way.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
Who is this Frissel?
Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
Oh. You mentioned Guillaume.
A true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
And the suzerain?
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Fifth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Wow. Is there anything you can tell me about this rifle?
It's a Belle McGrave. .4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable. This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement there.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Okay, do you know anything about the whirling in rags?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
Okay, we've...
In Martinez, the cop is a pejorative.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing. This is a man with a lot of past, but little present, and almost no future.
Yikes. 8% chance. -1, throw the bull in the sea, replace the bull. Oh, okay, This seems like it might be important.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabinier do for you?
What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud?
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume Le Lion.
Oh, okay. I wondered why he was dressed like that. Oh, that's a long load, though. Ah! Okay, in this case, we need to get Kim out of the way. Yeah, Prof, the narrator is apparently a jazz musician.
Vigilance officer, what? Vigilance officer, what can this?
All you
Police work is tough. Take breaks, talk to strangers, explore. Yeah,
Vigilance officer. Unfortunately, I don't. Your cop is a...
He doesn't.
No man can afford to turn his eyes to the horizon if his rear isn't secured. If the womenfolk take care of that, it's as good a time as any to turn out.
All you observe.
Nope.
Vigilance officer, what can this...
All you observe.
Well, that's exactly half of what we needed, although technically a failing roll is a failing roll no matter what. Also, time in this game passes unbelievably quickly. Or, slowly, rather.
Vigilance officer? What can...
All you observe.
And for some reason, this area takes a long time to load. I say for some reason. I suspect it's because we're outdoors and we're on the world map. It seems to be slower even than real time, Decoy. Because we started the game at, I think, like 9 or 10 a.m. game time. And it's only been about 5 or 6 hours in game, but I think it's been about 8 that I've been streaming.
Vigilance officer? What can this...
All you observe.
Yeah, Farthrax, it usually is a lot faster in games, but in this one, it seems like it's even slower. Oh, they even have pronunciations in the tooltips.
What can...
All you observe.
Well, Famine, we basically woke up in a puddle of our own vomit, completely naked.
Vigilance officer? What can this old carabiner do for you?
Oh, interesting, Decoy.
All you...
Vigilance officer? What?
All you observe.
Bah. Famine, yeah, you increase your stats, and there are a lot of stats. It uses a system superficially similar to the Fallout games, where there are checks for various skills that your player has, but unlike in Fallout, where there are only 7 skills, here there are this many. There are 24 by my count. And actually, we do have a level up. So what's
Vigilance officer?
Composure.
What can this...
Straightens your back, keep your poker face. High levels composure makes you gut in and maintain a stern expression. And lying in bed late at night when no one else can see you, keep it up. Never be able to stop. With low composure, always be the first to crack. Yeah, okay, we probably should. Does it, Bone? I don't know. Thought cabinet. No, I don't think so. Also, what is a temporary research bonus? I don't think I ever did figure that out.
Vigilance officer? What can this old carabiner
Ah, we go to
do for
17%. Interesting.
All you observe.
significant boost with 1 point famine, yeah. Exposure. Yeah, Bone, I see that. Not all of them are positive, though.
Vigilance officer? What can...
All you observe...
Nothing, huh? Oh, Bone, you mean the research bonus is thoughts finish percolating faster?
Vigilance officer? What?
As Rennie turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Look at the cross.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue-striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in Suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I.
Aha! Look at the sun. Oh, hey! Benifer, greetings and welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Really appreciate that. I am not sure if you are a regular of the channel but just a lurker or a newcomer. But just in case you are a newcomer, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Pleasure to have you. I'm just trying out Disco Elysium, since the expanded edition with supposedly full voice acting just came out today, although in practice it seems as though a few of the lines are bugged and they don't play properly. But welcome!
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the Revolution.
Croix Bravure and the Setting Sun. Did you get them for...
For bravery.
He interjects.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
That's what I was going to say, for bravery. Not... Wow! Not for killing babies, not for raping women, for bravery. Yeah, I guess there are 2 sides to every story. I'm sure this guy didn't commit any war crimes. For bravery.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frizzle thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest.
Ah, okay, Benifer. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm really glad you found your way over here from YouTube. If you do have a desire to stop in again, you are always welcome. You can find me here nowadays. This is where I am active on a somewhat regular basis. Not nearly as regular as I'd like, but sometimes you just have to balance life. Oh, Sonic 06! Yeah, I'm peripherally familiar with how rough Sonic 06 is. Well, you're a braver broadcaster than I am. I don't think I would touch that game with a 10-meter cattle prod. But I hope you were able to get some ironic enjoyment out of it at any rate. That seems to be the main reason anybody still plays it, at least. My outgoing connection looks fine, Decoy. It might just be your ISP. They certainly have, Farthrex. If there's one thing they have succeeded at, that would be it. Or Twitch as well, Decoy. That's always possible. Yeah, Benifer, what about silver? I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it was no use.
Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
That does sound like noblemen from the ruling class trying to fight.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion.
Wow! This guy clearly didn't even study war, much less have any experience in it. Ah, fair enough, Benifer. Yeah, 8 hours is certainly a decent stream. I can relate.
The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Must have been a real bloodbath. Bloodpath? Okay, some of the localization in this game definitely does have the ring of being translated from Estonian.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
Wow.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
Jeez.
Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
Then what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
Huh. Rhetoric.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Drisson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
I'd give up. Can't imagine living without my jaw.
He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the joyless freak convinced Rissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood, piss and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty, just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Sounds like you're being modest, Renee. Well, Benifer, I'm glad you're able to derive some enjoyment from it. Because most of the reactions I see to Sonic 06 are, well, they're what you would expect, really. The old carabiner stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisant. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but Maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Well, just a little proud of Renee's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me. How did you find the story to be, officer?
Well, quite impressive. It's men like Rene who made Revachol great once. People who are willing to make that kind of sacrifice and look death in the eye are not people to be trifled with. Mind you, he wasn't able to ultimately change the fate of the country, but that wasn't on him. He did everything he could and then some, this guy.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't hand this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Huh. Thanks for the story, Rene.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
That is an admirable attitude, Benifer. And I'm sure the original dev team would appreciate you for that.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Oh, God. No way. Rene told you his war story, now impress him with your heroics. It'd just be a lie. And with 4 points of drama, we still only have an 8% chance. Oh, this is a red check as well, huh? Oh, I have a -1? Where is that coming from? I bet it's coming from my clothing. Question. Facing. And that implies great prices. Crack it open. Salty gust of air flies in your face. Here, a perfect place for. I can't even read that word, the text is so tiny. Handwritten note from the fridge. There are some marks from the fruit-shaped kitchen magnets that were used.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
I realize I did forget to read this.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled S I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Swaff.
Ah, okay. The filament memory with the off-site copy and the frozen ice cream maker. Okay. Who wrote that note?
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Maybe they had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
The illiterate ginger kid.
Some local miscreants, probably. There are tons of them running around in Martinez, ready to stir up trouble. We usually dispatch our junior officers to deal with them.
Any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Didn't you see one right next to the breaker box?
Yes. We did, in fact. But we still do not have the password. Decoy, I don't think it should. Oh, good. Good. Great. I sure do love when that happens. It looks like they are still... No, it's fine, Benifer. No, I didn't decoy, I don't think. Whoops. Load game. Where does this put us?
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
Okay, then I guess I'll just save scum that again off camera, because I'm not making everyone sit through that a second time.
The note. This is someone. You'll find the filament memory with the...
Looks like someone from that radio... That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs...
Someone has scribbled. You'll find the filament memory.
Some local miscreants, probably. I don't know.
Didn't you see one right now?
Oh, you did, Benifer. So it's not just me. Then again, you're playing Sonic 06. All right. Ah.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Leave. So we're probably just supposed to...
Only the black cable is plugged something close to you.
Why did you do that?
Now the lid should be unfrozen.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Turn the crank?
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Pry bar not strong enough. Machine unplugged, better grip with gloves. Oh, okay, Benifer, I see. Scum that 6. I don't know.
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box. Somewhere, a machine hums along with the... This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked eye. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying. Like it's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Okay, so it is to our advantage to unplug it.
Only the black cable is plugged into something close.
Why did you do that?
Somewhere in the dark, a giant electric mammal stirs to life. An electric sizzle. The room is...
Alright, so I guess I need something stronger than the pry bar. Well, I'm not getting in here anytime soon. Yeah, Benifer, why do you think I feel the way about it that I do? That's just one of a long list of reasons why I don't stream it. I would like to use the staircase. Okay, then. Jump Jams, a popular musique mag. Glossy magazine, most able-bodied men. This issue hosts a top 10 list. Alright, you know what, actually... There were some bottles around here that I think we should be able to take. And then there were some other bottles around here that we should also be able to take. And I think there might even have been some around here. There's one blowing around over here, but... we desperately need the money, so maybe this will help. What the...
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Conceptualization impossible. Why am I looking at this wall? This is a white check. Okay, I guess I'll be back. Sekiro, Farthrax. It was alright. Okay, Mel, have a good one. Take care. Farthrax, I enjoyed it for what it was for one playthrough, which I did mostly off stream. It's not the kind of game I feel like playing again. I feel like it ends up being a one playthrough game for me. So I had a pretty decent experience with it. It's just not the sort of thing that I feel like playing again. Huh? What have we here? I'm gonna go ahead and guess that these bottles are worth about 5 cents each, which is pretty typical. Yeah, Farthrax, I know quite a lot of people do. And I don't dislike it, don't get me wrong. It's just the sort of game that I enjoyed playing the once, and after that, I feel like I've seen enough of it, you know?
Welcome to Rivachol.
Announces the round man. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant. Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
Wow.
Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you.
Say nothing. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Limbo, what's going on here?
Oh, come on, man. I just said, welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave.
Oh.
But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
Okay. Fucking A, Kim, I've got your back.
You two make a cute couple. You know that?
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
He waits impassively, cigarette smoldering between his fingers. What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
How long has this been going on, then?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month. 2 months, maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up, pray tell?
Apples.
Really?
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Apples?
Yeah, apples? I take it you had other questions? Oh, not much anymore. I'm here. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind
Sounds
of
like a
thing
cover
you'd
story
say
to me.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
He loses his patience for explaining it.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko-picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
You said something about the rights and privileges of lorrymen.
Yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
And that's a privilege?
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious.
So you're in a Carter's Guild?
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice and no laughing matter.
Well, this guy's definitely French. Oh, what have we here? Money! Fuck politics, let's just all work together. You hear that? They're secretly working in there. What? Alright, first of all, let's check out this building. Okay, well, this appears to be a store. What's going on in here? A little bit.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, alright.
Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
I don't know how I'm ever going to get enough money to pay my debt to that place. A melancholy pop song plays on the audio. Or on the radio.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint-Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Well, that's definitely a British voice actress. Dramamine, Elysium, Hypnogamma. What do those products do?
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement. Hypnogamma is...
She stops.
I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising.
Ah, maybe melatonin. Thanks for explaining, miss.
Uh-huh.
Her nose is already back in her mag. Oh, okay, we found out about this. Who's Saint Baptiste?
Saint Baptiste. You know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals. The one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
Hello, Joy Zone. Welcome. Falmond, I'm pretty sure that's by intent. I think she's supposed to be the typical apathetic teenage pharmacist. Or pharmacy clerk.
She is right. Saint-Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint-Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
Okay.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritte slogan on the back.
A raincoat, huh?
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
This voice actress definitely did not get any coaching in the French pronunciations of these words, if the narrator is indeed pronouncing them correctly. You never played this game, Joy Zone? Disco Elysium, you mean? It's a really interesting game so far, and actually the pacing works quite well for me because it has no combat to speak of, really, or it hasn't yet. It's mostly exploration and conversation and analysis of your environment, which are things that I can do reasonably well while still being somewhat coherent on the microphone.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Magazine are you reading?
You mean this?
He looks at the cover, boasting a colorful photo of two girls kissing. Oh, cool. I could get on board with that.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Joy Zone, I believe this game deliberately derives a great deal of its influences from Planescape Torment, yes.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Huh. Who's this fashion police feature?
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish.
Who is the new... Oh, God. So who's the most stylish there? It can't be anyone from here.
Benita. She's a model. Usually it's a model. Or a singer-songwriter. Or a model.
Yeah, no problem, Joy Zone. If you enjoy games that are super dialogue heavy and that do not require reflexes or fast responses or reactions, if you're more interested in the story, the plot, the exploration, the experience, than you are in combat, or if you enjoy that kind of game, regardless of what other sorts of games you like, then this one's worth a shot. It hits pretty hard, and it's got a lot of real situations and dialogue in it. But if that's all right with you, then go for it. I would say it's worth it. And I believe it's on sale right now. It's, I think, like 15 or 20% off on PSN, and maybe also on Steam, from what I understand.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
Okay, I got some questions.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
Can you tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
How long has it been there?
I don't know, really long.
You know the man who died?
Not really.
Does it mean you knew him a little?
No. I didn't know him at all.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
The lieutenant's voice is soothing and professional.
Okay.
Well, thanks for your help, I guess. Yeah, Joy Zone, I can appreciate that.
Uh-huh.
Brushes a strand of hair off her face and tries to return to her magazine.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
This is not a good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no.
Oh, I said that out loud?
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Just go away. Get back to work.
Sell any under-the-counter vices. Wow. No, we're done. We're going cold turkey. What's this? Yellow roses, dozens of them. Tulips, too. That's it, huh? Hey, Shinny Wing! No, Bone, especially not cigarettes. Oh, you can look at the sign. Frite, sick. Huh? 3 T's, how idiomatic. Alright, you know what? We'd probably better go look at the body. We've been screwing around for 8 hours. Smells like spoiled meat and curdled dairy. A human being decomposes.
Kuno's got this!
The boy throwing rocks at the dead body can't be older than 12. Oh, he's the one we saw the graffiti from.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Nice.
Oh yeah, nappa gumpy, Kuno!
Yells the other kid behind the fence. Hey kid, a word. Police business.
Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Children ignore you.
Love it in the dick.
Oh. They even had to censor that, huh?
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like 2 black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Stop throwing rocks at my crime scene.
Fuck that! Kuno, yeah! Right in the mouthhole!
Uno S.
They pay you no heed or pretend not to notice you.
Really, Decoy? That was censored before consoles, huh?
Shits himself?
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Alright, hang on.
Can't you see I'm throwing rocks?
Kim, what should I do?
We shouldn't do anything. I don't tempt such forces.
What forces?
You will see.
The language these kids are using, pure unfettered id. There will be no reasoning with those creatures.
We shouldn't do anything.
Got little choice
Just
here.
take it easy.
He says with what seems like excessive
The
caution.
language these kids are using, pure unfettered id.
His siblings.
There will be no...
The fuck are you talking about?
Throws another rock.
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
Oh, good. Looks like I have questions for you.
All right, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
Irregular speech patterns. Overconfidence. Could this kid be on drugs? This warrants further investigation into this Kuno.
The body, what do you know about it?
Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
Kim, help me out here. What do we want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
The usual being, have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
You know who he was?
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
So you don't know anything?
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
You know how it got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
You didn't see it happening?
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
Oh, okay. Where'd you go then?
I don't know. Some fucking...
He looks around trying to come up with something.
Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
Oh! Good. How were the bugs there? Did the police drive around T-posing naked?
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Cool. Where is Night City?
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. Kuno didn't smoke the gimp, if that's what you meant.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now cross off the list.
Good. Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno!
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
All right. What
You're
else?
testing Kuno's patience, yeah.
Get lost!
About the crime scene. You kids often play in this yard?
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Might have questions later. Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Okay.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Interesting that so many of the people in this city seem to be French, and all the place names are French. But these kids all have British accents. Post patch. Patch was 26 gigabytes. Oh! Yeah, decoy. Often developers will mark stuff like this. You see this sort of thing quite a lot in video games. There are examples of it even in Bloodborne, for that matter. Like in Central Yarnum, if you use various means to fly up above the geography, you can see down onto the rooftops, and then on the upper sides of the rooftops where you can't normally see from the perspective the player is supposed to have walking through those areas, there are little arrows and signs that were left there by the developers pointing different routes. Oh, that's also Bloodborne you're talking about, Decoy. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Sometimes they're landmarks the developers leave to help orient themselves. Other times they're just assets that were meant for deletion. Or that are swapped in from elsewhere so they don't have to be loaded on the spot. Alright, what's this?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Get an exact count.
Heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Oh, Lieutenant work boot tracks. Visual calc. Oh, that's even. Okay, well.
There are several footprints in the mud, left maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud.
Go over them one by one.
1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46.
Wait, which is it?
You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them.
Count more.
5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but number 41.
Male or female?
Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped.
I'm pretty good at this, ain't I?
You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange, beautiful way.
Oh, good! We're just physically describing game mechanics now. I'm on board with that.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
200 kilograms is a lot. The exact conversion is 440.92-ish pounds. So that means it was 2 people, one being carried on another person's shoulder. So presumably the guy who was put up there was being carried by somebody else. And both of them were pretty heavy, because 440 pounds is a lot of weight for 2 people. Averaged out, that's 2 people who are 220 pounds. Or it's one person who's 250 or 260, and another who's lighter, like 170 or 180. But 180 pounds is still a heavy person.
8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
How many?
Lieutenant has been tracking your eyes. 8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
The same guys going back and forth.
I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
Light step number 41 shoe.
A woman or a kid?
Number 41 shoe? I don't think there's any way to be sure.
Understood. Anything else?
Heavy one, 200 kilogram imprint.
200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker, carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
That was my hypothesis as well.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
It was not an extremely obese person. Somebody who is 440 pounds would not be able to move independently. They would require a wheelchair. Or some other assistive movement. Yeah, one of them was carrying him over.
Possibly, yes.
Lieutenant marks something down in his notebook.
But why?
You're thinking, why did they have to carry him?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
Huh. Possibly somebody wanted to impress their peers with a display of physical might, huh?
You mean a display of athletic ability meant to belittle the victim? A local champion carrying the intruder alone? I can see it. Anyway, the others? 200?
He might be right.
Let's see.
Possibly.
But why?
Yes.
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst.
Maybe he refused
Someone
to walk
who
to his
wanted
own
to
lynching.
impress their peers.
You have a point there. Anyway, it's something to consider.
Oh, okay.
What
that's
else
it.
can you see?
An aberration. One soul is smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul.
Have any ideas?
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
Don't say anything, just nod.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of dock workers.
Or we are looking for somebody with a compulsive habit of tapping his foot. And we have met someone like that.
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Nod thoughtfully.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
Well, there's the truck driver. Yes, prudent. Writes information down in his notebook, then reverts to the tracks in the mud. How old do you think these tracks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
All right, what do you think?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed, they all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy. Isn't it strange to have your assumptions confirmed like this? This is what someone whispering suggestions in your ear would like you to feel.
We should withhold being content. The lieutenant is saying something, but you can't hear it. Suddenly it seems like your tie is alive again, whispering, no, screaming into your ear. What, withhold being content? What are you, mild to moderately disabled? That doesn't feel like something you should do. Live a little. Everything on the goddamn crime scene fits like a glove. You should get shit-faced on this goddamn crime scene. This is not how vivid I want my inner life to be. I just want to get back to solving crime now. Shut up, fuck midget, says the horrific necktie.
I have no idea what's going on here, but you should not do anything that the horrific necktie tells you to do.
No kidding!
Detective?
I think I probably should take that tie off. Staring at you as you clutch your necktie. Say everything fits, we should celebrate by getting absolutely under the hammer in this yard. I'm experiencing a mild malfunction, Lieutenant. Something to do with my tie. It'll pass. Can you hold on for a moment? The Lieutenant looks at you curiously. A beat passes in silence, the wind blowing, the cargo belt squeaking. Cargo belt?
The lieutenant doesn't understand what's happening right now. You're twisting at your tie, looking sweaty even by your standards. He needs to say something.
I agree. Our assumptions could be wrong. Better not to have them confirmed just yet. Do you see anything else?
I believe we've been through everything. And before anything else... Get benched, evil necktie. I will not suffer your evil influence any longer. Yeah, probably, Decoy. This winch mechanism has been oxidizing for you. The tie is, I think, probably the first and foremost thing that wants us dead.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Why am I looking at a pile of roofing material? What is this?
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Except that it's probably hiding a secret door into the shack.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, because...
Nope. Yeah, Decoy, I don't trust that tie not to actually strangle us at some point.
An inconspicuous pile, because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly.
Of course. Pull the panels aside.
There it is. You see a shabby little door.
The screen shake and everything.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Well, now that I know I can't trust the game not to crash, we'd probably better save every time we do something significant. An empty tube of magnesolum magnesium supplement. Silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good, vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Oh, God. No. Someone has taken narcotics here. Perhaps the police should interfere.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However...
He points to the ladder in the corner.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Well, electrochemistry can get absolutely bent. The poster says, get out of the way or get fucked up. I'm pretty sure it doesn't say that. And there's the Lord of the Flies. Cured pig's head. It looks mummified. Oh, that puts us here. Ah. We had to go all the way up here to reach that thing.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
Someone left his cloak.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment.
He judges the drop.
You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
Do you really think it's mine? Should I go for the jump?
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it?
He looks over the ledge at the cold pavement below.
Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops. Whenever you're ready to do it, I'll be right behind you.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the wind. Who knows what its pockets may hide?
Better be my badge. 3%! Yeah, not right now. Actually, maybe that would be a good use of this. Oh, if we hadn't already spent it. Oh, God. Okay.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
First try, huh?
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Continue the voyage through the salty air. Unbelievable.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive. Alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
RCM patrol cloak, and you'd better believe I'm saving. Un-freaking believable. Decor, taking back the streets, +1 shivers, know thy neighborhood. Police cloak made from heavy tarpaulin. It would be nigh wind and waterproof if there weren't those bullet holes scattered on the surface. The signature white rectangle of the RCM covers the garment's back. Oh, but they occupy the same slot. Yeah, Decoy, no kidding. Now I just need some, more dignified clothing. This. Collecting rainwater. Okay, Lynn, have a good night. Take care. Oh, what the? Radio is emitting strange buzzing sounds.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
10 cents? Okay.
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Let your muscle memory dial a random number.
It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air. Undoubtedly, no.
Okay. That's fine, Decoy. Have a good one. Take care. Catch you next time. It's about that time here, too, Farthrax.
An imposing combination.
Oh, blame me, Decoy,
The
sure.
already familiar. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next. It's
Nope. Yeah, Shibboleth. And so would my corpse. Which is what will happen if I keep that necktie on. The necktie clearly wants it that way.
The already familiar. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952. And a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
Oh, okay. What is this place?
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy.
No, I mean, what is this place to me?
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Do you know me?
No.
Why did I call you?
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period?
Maybe, but I don't even know my name.
If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
Okay.
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door. Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up and the air seems to grow darker. Suddenly you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it. It was all shit. It's over.
That was his relationship with his ex-wife. What was all shit? Kim, I feel sad about Video Revachol 24 hours.
That's enough for you today. Let's conclude this call.
Okay. Well, we just passed a check, which means it's time to save. Book La Fumée. Someone left the coffee machine on. Dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient. Standard office file cabinet. The drawers seem to be locked. Every worker equals member of the board is written at the top of the flyers. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. Ah. And at the bottom, the Union logo and demand democracy.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
83%, I think we can hack this.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer.
Look at the note.
It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters.
Those are always suspicious.
Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Look, Kim, a to-do note with a list of errands for Everard.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
That we know of.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list.
Browse through the folders.
Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and the same materials being... You already went through all of these. Remember, Leo, all items on the list have been... The drawer slides shut.
And what's this? Postcard. What have we here? Neat office shades? Visual calculus. Examiner, -1 drama, a bit dry. Yeah, alright, these look sufficiently douchey to be worn by a cop. Plus, the visual calculus boost will definitely be helpful for solving the crimes. If only in real life you could put on glasses and get better at math. Yeah, Farthrax, it'll be just like in, Indigo Prophecy. Or no, not Indigo Prophecy, Heavy Rain.
The payphone hangs mutely on the wall.
Okay. The door is locked and cannot be opened from this side without a pass card. Guess you have no choice but to talk to the union leader. Man, I should have examined the rest of the crime scene first. Oh, okay, that's an autosave. And we cannot get back to where we were. At least 3 packs worth of cigarette butts. Numerous empty bottles of Commodore Red and potent Pilsner.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
I do this?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
That's really sad. I must have been miserable.
Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Man, I came here looking for evidence. I didn't think the evidence would be of my activity. Ugh. Really, I have to pick these up individually?
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Oh, this is where Renee works.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
We should leave that.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
What's that? Oh, we can't. All around you, great machines in quiescence. White pine trees are printed onto the screen covering. Looks like a forest under snow. Healing item. 1.12 real. You see faded industrial lettering on the platform. Kvalsund. Kvalsund means whale fjord in Arden. The shipyard ahead is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping. You could go back if you wanted to, Shibboleth. Is there a way back? I don't think there is. Unless...
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Allumez on, éteindre off.
Ah, that clearly some of the dialogue was rewritten because it doesn't match the subtitles.
A rusting Allumez on with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Purpose? What do you mean?
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
Ah!
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Okay, press RA.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing that's supposed to be some sort of bridge, because it looks like if we knock this in, we could go through it.
Before you stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
I think there's something special about this container.
You do? Because I don't.
What? Why not?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
It was hanging from the crane.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
In the door.
You attempt to turn back, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply.
Okay, nothing. I thought for sure we might be able to walk through, because it looks like it's bridging over the gap. Oh, what do we have up there on the roof? Stuff I missed, clearly. Missed it all. I can get down there? No, I can't. Okay, yeah, it looks like there's no way back from here. I guess I have to go forward. Why? What? Yeah, there's nothing interactable here. I guess we just have to proceed. little bit of money. Industrial-sized thermos. Smells like burnt coffee. Okay, money, huh? The banner sags under the weight of rain and snow. White waves on red. Container. Alright, that guy's clearly out of his mind. Huh? The musk of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. Smells like blood. Great. More crime. Man, Ultra Series gloves. One half-light, unfiltered, unfiltered? Yeah, unfiltered contact. Ultimate performance efficiency. These Fane Ultra Series gloves come from angerless and with a grippy padding covering the palms, making them ideal for quadrupedal movement or lifting cargo. Huh. Half-light does what again? Body take control, threaten people. Investigators, shoot now, ask questions later, cops. Prize haters. Half-light is your fight or flight response. Enables you to sense the way situations are about to turn. It injects palpable fear into your heart. Fear that urges you to act before it's too late to ever act again. Fear that makes you frighten others. It is the aggression that lets you squeeze every last drop of information out of a witness. High levels, it makes you ultra attuned to the world. Is perceptual fear of your own shadow, of someone else's name or scent. You'll be ready always to pounce and physically interrogate passers-by. At low levels, however, you'll find survival instinct is lacking. Okay. All right. Good night, Prof. Have a good one. Take care. Get some rest. Right then. What? What even? I couldn't even see what that was because the message didn't display correctly. Whatever. I agree, Farthrax, but I have a feeling that now that we're getting close to potential conflicts, Half-Light might be more useful. Coffee in the giant thermoses is still lukewarm. Stair made of pallets leading up. Oh, well, I guess this is the Union guy. Taxidermy fish that tells time. Right.
Before you is a walrus of a man, seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
Wow, this guy! This is just Kingpin.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. A typical power play. Wait for him to speak first. Show him you've got a backbone.
Say nothing. Look him dead in the eye.
The one good eye of this man fills you up without even flickering. The other, his lazy eye, is constantly moving like a goldfish in a tank, grotesquely magnified by his +6 glasses.
Nice.
Amblyopia, a childhood condition. For a moment, you don't know where to look. It is unbearably humid in the trailer. Beads of sweat slide down the man's forehead.
Okay, this is getting weird. No, we're committed. Keep staring.
At first, nothing happens. His face wears a wide and self-satisfied smile. Every now and then, he smacks his big lips. Like a general over his maps, he plots his moves. Judging by the way he's licking his chops, it's going to be a good one.
So...
He begins to speak, albeit slowly, purposefully, leaving a pause after his opener.
Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi, how nice that you found a moment to pay a visit to the Debardairs Union. I'm Everard Clare, head of this little operation here.
Mr. Dubois, huh? So he knows who I am.
Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a tiny folding chair opposite his giant desk.
The folding chair looks like a torture device. Extremely uncomfortable.
You go ahead, Detective.
Lieutenant nods to you, then the chair.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
We'd probably better save.
Have a good day, Mr. Dubois. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around.
Definitely better save. Big important stuff is about to happen, and I suspect
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side this time. Please, take a seat.
Why are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
That's gonna be a trap.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out. He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
I don't sit. It's kind of my thing.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
As he nods, his multiple chins move like ocean waves.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Oh, this is such a trap.
Damn, that's a nasty play. He's got you. A titan of volition in a fork. Guess you just have to sit or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Okay.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debardairs Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
You can take that comically large check and shove it up your ass. Wow. Wait, you know Guard?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
Well, you're not wrong about that.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Keep it, I'm good.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then.
Crosses his arms on his ample midsection and sinks further into his chair. Hey, Trimmer!
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
Oh, God.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I'm not worried. I got this.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right.
Harry Dubois, huh?
It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Oh, God. Don't panic.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
So what? Men can cry too.
You want to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you do...
Alright, let's see if we can get a little closer to this skill check in the dialogue before we reattempt it, because 17% is not horrific odds.
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, so tell me, how can the head of the Dubois...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in...
Oh, by the way, this should take... It should be sufficient to cover your
Hey, that's 25 real.
Okay, now, I'd like...
His slug... The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two...
Are you all right, Harry? It's not like you left it loaded.
Oh, okay. There is no way to get any closer to this check.
Local children aren't out there playing with it right.
God.
However, fortunately, at 17% success rate, we shouldn't have to wait that long. This is a guy in front of whom we do not want to falter.
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side this... Excellent, Mr. Dubois. So tell me...
The chair...
Oh, by the way, this should... It should be sufficient...
Hey, that's 25 real.
Okay, now, I'd like to...
The world is swallowed by...
Are you all... It's not like...
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God.
Ish, Farthrax, yeah. And it's possible that the back end of this game works a little bit differently than what it shows us up front. Because often the
Mr.
odds that are
Dubois.
player-facing
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. By the way, I heard you this. It should
are
be
Hey,
not
that's
actually the
25
real
real.
odds.
Okay, now,
The world is swallowed by...
are you all... It's not like...
Officer.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God.
5 and 5.
Mr. Dubois. Excellent, Mr. So tell me.
The chair?
By this should... It should be sufficient.
Hey, that's 20.
Okay, now,
His slug-like lip. The world is swallowed.
are you all... It's not like you left it loaded. You did...
God.
Okay, well... yes, Fear Engine, it is. It does say that in the tags for the stream. But I have people frequently tell me that the stream tags are not visible on mobile or the PS4 app, so I don't know
Mr. Dubois. Excellent, Mr.
how
Dubois.
visible they are
I
to
can
you.
see that you... So tell me.
The chair?
By this, it should be...
Hey, that's 25.
Okay, now,
The world is swallowed.
are you all right? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a...
God.
Jeez. Yeah, I'll take 17% over 3%, Farthrax, that's for sure.
Mr. Dubois. I hope... Excellent, Mr. Dubois.
Well, Fear
I can see
Engine,
that
I
you're-
think that depends on what sort of person you are and how you prefer to approach these sorts of things. I guess it's probably different for everybody, but for me, I feel like I'm missing out on something by failing the check, you know? And like it's going to cost me opportunities and dialogue options down the road. Because in these kinds of games, at least where decisions are meaningful, which in this game's case they do seem to be, it often is the case that you can lose out later by failing a check now.
You're a reasonable man, so tell me.
The chair?
By this, it should be sufficient.
Hey, that's 20.
Okay, now,
The world is swallowed.
are you all... It's not like you left it loaded.
God.
Wait, check failure?
You're sweating.
That was 6. That was 2 6s. What more? What more do I need here?
Mr. Dubois. I hoped... Excellent. So tell me.
The chair?
By this, it should be sufficient.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's
So theoretically, if you come here with 1 HP left, you can die from sitting in the chair.
Think of all the stuff you could.
Okay, now,
Slug-like. The world is...
are you all... It's not like you left it loaded.
God.
That was a double 6? Yeah, that's what I thought. Parthrax, that's, well, it says there's a 17%
Mr.
chance.
Dubois. Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're reasonable, so tell me.
The chair you're sitting on has...
By this, it should be sufficient.
Hey, that's...
Okay, now,
The world is...
are you all... It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now.
Oh, minus
pointing it
2
into their
because
own
this
mouths.
chair is killing you.
It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be...
God, you're sweating.
So I wonder if, I wonder if it's the chair, the minus 2 penalty from the chair that is causing me to fail this check. One composure. Savoir-faire. Station. Okay, no, it looks as though this is the best I can do.
I hope time is excellent, Mr. By this, it should be sufficient.
Hey, that's 25 real. That.
Okay, now.
The world is
Are you all? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun.
God.
The glasses, Bone? I don't think the glasses should have any effect on, composure. I don't believe they do. -1 drama? No. The glasses don't have any effect on composure.
Mr. Dubois, so tell me.
The chair?
By this, it should be sufficient.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Okay, now.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2.
Are you all right? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun.
God, you're...
Okay, so healing your health and your composure does not have an effect on that check.
Mr. Dubois. Excellent, Mr. Dubois. So tell me.
The chair?
By this, it should be sufficient.
Hey, that's 25.
Okay, now.
The world is swallowed by a black hole.
Are you all right? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded...
God, you're...
Alright. We'll try this a few more times, and if we don't pass the check... Because the fact that we didn't pass the check with 2 6s suggests to me that maybe we're not meant to. Maybe it's a forced outcome. Or a bug. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
Excellent, so
the chair?
But this, it should be...
Hey, that's 25 real.
Okay, now.
The world is
Are you all... It's not like you left it loaded.
God.
Mr. Dubois, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from us. This, it should
There's
be...
one unwinnable one later.
That's
well...
25 real. That's good money.
Bone, does that actually factor into a skill check?
All the stuff you could...
Okay, now.
The world is...
Are you... It's not like you left it loaded.
God, you're...
Because I've seen 1 or 2 other ones that said impossible on them, but they still had like a 3% chance of success. So that's what I mean about how sometimes the UI lies to you and does not, in fact, give you the exact accurate chance of success.
That's 25 real.
Okay, now.
The world is...
Are you all... It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded...
God, you're...
4.
Mr. Dubois, this, it should be...
Hey, that's 20.
Oh, now.
The world.
Are you? It's not like you left it loaded.
God.
Well, at least I'm getting a little bit better at mashing through these. It's a shame you can't just mash.
Mr. Dubois, it should be...
Hey, that's 25.
Okay, now.
The world.
Are you? It's not like you left it loaded.
God, you're...
No.
Mr. Dubois. Excellent, Mr. Dubois. So, it should be...
Hey, that's 20.
Okay, now.
The world is...
Are you all... It's not like you left it loaded.
God, you're sweating.
Alright, I'll try one more time, and then I guess if we don't get it this time, I don't want to hold us up for too much longer, so we'll just go with whatever happens. People in chat seem to be suggesting that
Mr.
failing
Dubois,
a check might not be the
time is on excellent,
end of the
so
world.
Tell me.
The chair?
By this, it should be sufficient.
Hey, that's 25 real.
Okay, now.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words
How do you know about my lost
escape.
gun?
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded...
God, what is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
You're in some stupor. You keep sliding down the chair like a jello shot.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Wow. Actually, this chair is uncomfortable. I could use that glass of water. Sit upright.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Let's talk about my lost gun.
Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone.
Oh, good.
Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Hold on. Could he really hold my gun hostage?
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
I will not be blackmailed with this gun business.
Harry! I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
What do you mean, task complete? I didn't track it down.
I assure you, we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it is unfortunate, if inevitable, and doesn't put the RCM in a good light.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
You called me Mr. Dubois. Why? No, that's... I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help, like I'm helping you with your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there's a but.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
Is this true? Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
Huh.
The stars aligned into a cosmic frown here. He has your fate decided. Bide your time, however, and let the stars continue their course, and that frown shall turn into a smile. Only if you play along.
Huh. Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door is it?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
What do you mean by a weasel?
A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
Ah! Sounds like he's eliminating an informant.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you.
You know, I bet you don't even know anything about the hanging.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
All right. Fine, I'll look into it, I guess. I really hope that what Inland Empire said about playing along is true.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level.
I'd really rather not.
You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Okay. Also, aren't you gonna ask me how I got in?
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
I, too, am surprised by the resilience and athleticism of this tool I've been provided with.
Yes, yes, Harry. You are obviously in peak physical condition, and I salute both your initiative and your physical prowess. Very impressive, Harry. Very impressive. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
What's in that container that's outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There... Oh, they left the S off theirs. There's something special about it. It was attached to the Kvalin Balzan crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Okay, why are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's really my name.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
Hey, my memory is fine. I'm just testing you.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder.
You keep your big fat folder in your big fat desk, thank you very much.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Lieutenant inspects Everard over his spectacles.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Oh god. Redacted Rum! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back! I don't know how me this game is quite yet, but it certainly is a better fit than some others I've played. Thank you for the resub, Redacted Rum. I'm sorry to hear you're stuck watching VODs, but I really appreciate your stopping by to say hi and to resub.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Okay. Have another look at that folder. No, drama, what...
Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know everything about you, Harry.
I've got nothing to hide.
Oh, Harry. Oh, wow. This is really something.
Peeks into the folder as if it's hard to turn away from the mysteries inside.
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
So how about it, Harry? You need assistance, I presume?
You know where I live. Where did you get that folder?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
Do you know where I live?
But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
Okay. Do you know anything about my family? Do I have a wife or kids or...
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
Never mind the family.
Family, Harry, is the most important thing in the world.
Okay, what kind of cop does it say I am?
Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
What? I'm not apologetic, I'm confident.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
Oh, good. Then what's my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
I don't really like it.
Don't be silly, Harry. Harry Dubois, that's a real man's name. A Union man's.
Lieutenant covers his face and sighs audibly.
Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
Great.
Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me.
NDHC, he is a pretty humongous slime ball.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Thanks. I was wondering how I'm supposed to get out.
Here. You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
I don't know how I feel about this. Is it an item? Oh, that's a postcard. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey! This must be that fascist magic that they were talking about earlier. Leading intellectual organ, Fantaise communism. Or however, I can't even read that word because the text is so tiny. Offers a radical Maxovian perspective on a range of contemporary issues. Cover features a stylized portrait of the late King Tristal with a pair of white antlers growing out of his head.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
My antlers.
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and, at the same time, above it.
Why Friesel?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Anything catch the eye?
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white.
Oh no. Great, it's like high school reading books all over again.
After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Okay.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
Huh. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Kim, I think this magazine might have been written by commies.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
Good point.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. the table of contents unfolds before you.
This local concerns stuff.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Wouldn't it be better for everyone if labor and capital could reach some reasonable accommodation?
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition.
Well, I suppose that is a typical extremist hardline. Why do communists love puerile insults? I wonder why they're always being left out in the cold. Hold on, what's this about a coalition?
Judging from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You should probably know about it already, honestly.
I'm pretty sure we already do. I'm pretty sure the coalition is the foreign forces that drove out the invaders during the revolution.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
Okay, it looks as though instead of the dialogue, it just plays a beep. So this must be a line of recorded dialogue that either was not placed or not placed correctly. Why they decided to title this one section in Walder is beyond you. Walder, okay, this must be German then, I guess. Evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. Yeah, that's true.
As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-isolary racing series mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit. Okay, read the profile of CS.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
All right. What do these communists have to say about Tip Top?
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers.
What are you talking about? This is a communist rag. It's going to be full of political drivel and propaganda.
Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
Wait, what's wrong with this terrible race that kills tons of people every time it's held?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships. And then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
Who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines. Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka.
There's no way those are real names. Wait, why aren't they real names? Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms. What's wrong with a good motor crash? They just keep it interesting.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
No, I'm pretty sure I like it for the racing. That's a good one.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Kim, this article says that no one really watches Tip Top Tourney for the races.
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind?
It seems to think so.
A certain kind of young man reads 1 or 2 books and suddenly thinks he understands the secret structures of reality. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents.
Okay, well...
The precarious world.
Oh. Cool.
How not to lose. It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures. Pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away. Turn into salt, or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
Critical success and failure threshold lowered by 1. Okay. What exactly did this... Oh, okay. I see. So we get to the solution when the thought is complete. Hour 45, 4:30. You do not have enough skill points available? Really? Unlock a new slot to research the thought. Okay. In that case, I guess we're leaving. Oh, really, Bone? Okay. Interesting. That does worry me a little. Because it seems like maybe there's potential to get stuck with a thought that you didn't want. Huh. Well, everyone, I think it's probably long past time for me to call it and get some rest. Because we are looking at... What are we looking at? 10 hours, 45 minutes. This went on even longer than I was expecting. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to call it here, and I swear I'm going to remember to save. And we're going to go raid Gossamer TV, whom I do not know personally. I've lurked in her streams once. Oh, okay, or the game could just autosave. That works. Gossamer is playing Dark Souls 1 for the first time. I guess she's doing her very first playthrough of Dark Souls 1. I've lurked in her streams a couple of times before. Enough to determine that I think she's a good person, and I am sure that she will keep you guys entertained for the remainder of the evening or the morning. Yes, Vec Machine, I did, in a manner of speaking, dealt with him, if you could call it that. I'm going to turn you all over to Gossamer. Thank you all very much for joining me, and I will catch you, hopefully tomorrow or the day after if all goes well. I might have to run some errands tomorrow, so we'll see. Anyway, thank you all, and I will see all of you then.